Are we live? Hello everybody, good evening and welcome to your very own BYJU'S 9th and 10th grade channel. I'm your teacher Aishwarya, and as a part of Crash Course 2.0, we are going to be doing the complete A to Z of geography today. So I hope all of you are excited for today's class. I hope all of you have your notebooks and pens ready with you. Please have your textbooks open as well, so that as we discuss some of the important pointers, you can make a note of it. And of course, before I get started, I hope my audio, my video and my screen and what I am writing on the screen, right, is visible to all of you. If it is visible, everyone, please do give me a quick thumbs up in the chat to let me know that we are good to go. And for those of you who are very new to the channel, probably the first time you stumbled upon this video and you are wondering what is this crash course, what is this particular thing that we're doing today. So what you see on your screen, right, we are going to be doing the complete A to Z of geography. So we are going to be revising some of the important topics. As a matter of fact, all the chapters from geography. And again, today we are not going to be doing map work per se, because that is something that we want to do separately for all of you. So we are going to be focusing on some of the important topics from every chapter. And yes, everybody, as you all know, we will be picking up PYQs. So we will be doing menti towards the end, right? And Junior World, when is it going to happen for class 9? It will be happening tomorrow. Yes, so it's going to be happening tomorrow. So don't worry, we will be getting started for all of you, right? So I hope all of you are excited as your board examinations are coming closer. We are going to be looking at all of it, right, for all your subjects. So everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button. I can see that a good number of live watching students are here, 100 plus live watching. So everyone, as you know, if you enjoy what we do, if you believe that, you know, BYJU'S is the place where your exam prep will happen end to end, then trust me and hit that like button. Yes? So everybody, quickly, let's go ahead. Now, as you know, right, today's class has a lot of things, and I will tell you what is the agenda for today. We will go through everything, so don't worry, right? Yes, very, very excited. Now, I can see a lot of my students are very regular in class, and I can see their names: Bharat, Shivam, Mantesha, Mohit, Apurv, Avinashi, hello, Secret Sensation. Then I can see Nehal. I can see all of you are here today. Now, some of you are very new as well, and for all of you who are new and this is the first time you are watching this session, Crash Course is a series wherein we will be doing all your chapters, right? Science, mathematics, and we will be having social sciences as well. Now, as you know, complete history is already done in the previous week, and today, Jan 19th, is when we are going to be doing complete geography. Not 50 questions, we are doing only 30 questions today, right? And tomorrow, of course, all of you have a session with Saurabh sir on human eye and the colorful world. So do not miss that as well. And you know that this particular planner will tell you what is going to happen every day. So now you can plan your academics as well, right? You can plan what you need to study as per this particular planner, which is set for you all the way till February 17th. So once we finish off Crash Course, where we do chapter-wise and book-wise revision, we will be going into doing more of, you know, complete chapter, complete book menti quizzes. We will be having mega mentees, followed by which we are going to be doing mock tests as well. So everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button. Now, Nikhil, do we have a good number of likes? Do we have at least 100 likes on this video to get started? We have only 68 likes. This is 9 Safi. So, bachas, show me your love, right? Show me your love by liking this video. And if any of you believe ki, ma'am, why should we like this video? Why should we subscribe to your channel? You can wait for another 10 minutes, and I'll tell you in the next 10 minutes, you are going to be convinced that, yes, BYJU'S 9 and 10 is where we should be. Apurv is like, ma'am, क्या आप हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं? मैं हिंदी में बोलने के लिए try करती हूँ, but because I'm not very fluent in my speaking Hindi, I prefer to teach in English. But whatever you don't understand, right? There will be some parts that you don't understand at all. So those parts I will try to teach you in Hindi. All right? Okay, so when we hit that 100 mark, we are going to get started. Good evening, good evening. Yes, all right, very good. Okay. Do we have at least touching 100? 88 likes. I know you can do this. Everyone, yes, quickly. Tomorrow's your SST exam. I know, right? I'll tell you the plan as we go today. Yes, as we go. Now, of course, to get started, right? We are having 4 chapters. We are having a total of 7 chapters, starting with resource and development, forest and wildlife resources, water resources, agriculture, mineral and energy resources, manufacturing industries, and lifelines of national economy. Now, as you all know, right, a few weeks before, 1 or 2 weeks before, we had a geography pre-BYJU'S marathon where we looked at all the concepts in great detail. Now, for some of you who are asking me, ma'am, if there are some chapters that I don't understand and I want to do it in detail, then there are one-shot videos which are available on the channel, which is done by Tarana ma'am, which is done by me, and some of it are done by Ankita ma'am as well. So you will be finding the in-depth one-shots, okay? Alright, so that will be there. Now, for those of you who are just going to start, now, in our class today, what is our plan, right? What can you expect in our class today? So first and foremost, we are going to be doing chapter summaries. Now, all of you are asking me, ma'am, will you give detailed information? Now, if I go to give you detailed information about 7 chapters, I will need at least 5 hours only to do that. And as you know, our crash course is a bite-sized crash course where we quickly go through it, and I'll be telling you all the important pointers. So please make a note, right? Please make a note of it. We will be covering all the important pointers only today, right? What you need to understand, what do you need to understand on an examination point of view. Now, for those of you who were there in my previous class, right? So I understand, right? Some of you were there in my previous class as well. For them, what I will do is, they will know that in the first few chapters I spent a lot of time, and last 2 I had to rush, which is why for those of you who are there, right, who are new and who might probably, or whoever are old, for all of you I'm telling you that I might give you only the main pointers, but for the last 2 chapters we will spend some amount of time, like I'll go a little more slower there. But nonetheless, for those of you who are starting social studies now at this point, right, start with this where you know what the important pointers are, and whichever or whatever you don't understand in geography specifically, go back and watch the one-shots, okay? Go back, listen to the chapter explanation, read through the NCERT. NCERT reading is very, very important. It's a must, all right? So please make sure that you go ahead and you read NCERT thoroughly. Map work will be a separate class altogether, okay? It will be a separate class. And our aim is that in at least 1.5 hours, we finish off chapter summaries. We spend good amount of time doing the previous year questions because we will be having 15 PYQs here. Alright, and these are going to be slightly different, slightly tough PYQs. Now, after that, we are going to be doing 15 objective questions. So, this is going to be your menti. As a matter of fact, there is a bonus of 5 questions for all of you. So, I will be giving you menti. And in the end, I will be telling you some 5 strategies, 5 tips that will help you prepare for your geography and that will help you write better in your exams as well. For those of you who are worried about geography tomorrow, if you have not prepared yet, I would say suggest watching this session, do a proper NCERT reading, go through all of it, right? Raghavi, I will be telling you, okay? How long is today's class going to be? Our aim is 3 hours. So by 9:30, 9:45, my aim is to wind it up. So without wasting any more time, let's get started with the chapter summaries, okay? Now, of course, we're going to start with resource and development, right? Now, when we talk about resources and development, there are 2 parts. One is on understanding what are resources, what are different, what are the types of resources, classification of resources, land utilization, and how, or the factors that contribute to land degradation, and how we can conserve land degradation. Now, of course, the second component was soil, wherein we talk about soil formation, right? Then we talk about soil erosion. Then, of course, there is methods of preventing soil and soil erosion and types of soil. So let's get started with understanding what is a resource. So resource is anything that is there in our environment that can be used to satisfy our needs. Just that for something to be categorized as a resource, it needs to be technologically accessible, economically feasible, and culturally acceptable. So this right here is your key pointers when you talk about a resource. So as and when I keep teaching, right, you can go ahead and you can make a note of it. Now, of course, we know that humans are the ultimate resource wherein we interact with our physical environment, right? And we implement technologies and we have institutions which brings everything together so that we can actually utilize them. Now, of course, when we talk about classification of resources, right? We know that resources can be classified based on origin, status of development, ownership, and exhaustibility. Now, here the reason why I'm spending some time here is normally in your exams, and if you observed in your sample paper also, you will get some match the following with respect to these, right? So it's important to understand that its, origin is both abiotic and abiotic. That means living, non-living. Based on status of development, do we have technologies to use them or no? Based on that, there is potential, developed, stock and reserves. Then, of course, we know that ownership has, based on ownership, it could be individual, it could be community, national and international. And finally, based on exhaustibility, it could be renewable or non-renewable, right? Then, of course, when we talk about resources, right, we also need to talk about usage of resources, right? So when we talk about how resources have been used over the past few days or for the past few years, we know that there has been indiscriminate use, right? So there has been indiscriminate usage of resources, yes. And we know that there has been over time, this has been going at an alarming rate. And of course, we know that there has been accumulation of resources in the hands of few, right? And we also know that this has caused some environmental, or I would say ecological crisis, right? So we see that this has caused some ecological crisis. Let me just write that again. Crisis such as global warming, right? And then we know that there are greenhouse effects, so on and so forth. So usage of resources or exploiting them too much can have detrimental effects, which is why we know that equitable, this term in your NCERT is important. Ma'am, should we make a note or mark in text? Mark it in the textbook, right? Mark it in the textbook, don't write. Just underline and put a star mark, okay? What is accumulation? Accumulation means when resources are at the hands of just a few and not equally distributed. It creates an imbalance. What is ecological crisis? Ecological crisis that is there is, basically when you overuse resources, whether it's forest resources or whatever it may be, right? We know that it can lead to, global warming, wherein we know that it has resulted in the overall increase in temperature. That is due to the greenhouse effect, so on and so forth. Now, as a result, we know that this has resulted in equitable distribution, or there is a need for equitable distribution of resources. And why do we need this? For sustainability, all right? Now, this part is very, very important because most often than not, you will, right? So, we see that you will get questions based on this, based on justification, why we require sustainable development, why we require equitable distribution, or justify the statement. You will get it, right? Yes, okay. Unequal access is basically accumulation, right? Accumulation is there. Accumulation in the hands of few is basically unequal access, yes? Now, as a result of this, right, now what was the need? There comes the need of resource planning, right? So, resource planning is extremely essential for this equitable distribution. So, how does resource planning take place, right? So, first and foremost, we know that there is identification and, identification of resources in the country. What is their distribution? How much of it? What is the quality? So on and so forth is done, right? Now, moving on, we need to make sure that there is a structure around it, yes? So, we see that there is a planning structure. So, these are key pointers that are there in your textbook also. So, planning a structure. You think about it. Resource planning is almost like if you had to make sure that you distribute chocolates amongst your friends equally. How will you do that? You will figure out how many chocolates are there. Then you will see that, okay, these many chocolates are big, these many are small, these many people are there, okay, but then maybe I need to do that. So that is why. Why we need to do resource planning? For sustainable development, right? For equitable distribution of resources so that there is no indiscriminate usage. That is why we do this, yes? So now we understand this, planning a structure around it, making sure that there is technology available. Very good, Barnali. Appropriate technology that we require. And last but not the least, whatever plan that is being made, it should align with the national plan, right? So we see that it should align with the national plan. I'm not completing this fully, but you know, or I will write this down. So it needs to align with the national plan. And at the end of the day, why should we do this? To avoid, you know, overutilization. Because overutilization will deplete the resources, and if it depletes the resources, then we know that it can affect us, right? Yes, Bharat, I know I did say that, but as a result, you know, we have a lot of new students also, so let's go with the plan. I am going a little more faster than normal here, and if any of you feel like, ma'am, you're going too fast, right, you can let me know. I will modify my pace accordingly, but like I said, I will not go too much in detail. I will be focusing on the main points of each chapter, right? So this is a chapter summary. It is not an in-detail explanation. Yes? Okay, all right. What is align with national plan? What do I mean by align? When we talk about development or utilizing resources, it should be done in such a way. You think about it. You are distributing chocolates, right? Now imagine that your teacher is asking you to distribute the chocolates equally amongst your friends. Now here your teacher is an authoritative figure, right? Now what you do is going to be something that she is going to see. I'm giving you a rough example. So similarly, whatever you do in terms of resource planning, resource development, right, that should align with the development of our country, right? So it should be in line so that our country can also progress with this particular plan, right? Yes, I will do the last two in detail. Don't worry, okay? I will do the last two in detail. That's my promise to you. I will do it. Okay, I will tell you, Harsh, when we come. Ma'am, you are speaking too loudly. I'm a very loud person, bacha, but you can reduce the volume. In your phone, you can reduce it, okay? All right. So now, of course, this is a very important topic, okay? Now, everyone put a big important marker that is there because this chapter or this particular part is extremely important. Chances of you getting questions from this part are also very high, which is why I'm spending time here. Now, of course, from this we talk about how land is a resource, right? So land is a resource, and we know land is a very important resource as well. And of course, we know that land can be classified into various ways based on the purpose. Now, of course, broadly, we know that land can be classified into forests, right? So we know that there's a certain, there's a certain proportion of land wherein there is a large spread of trees, right? So we see that there is a large spread of trees. These are nothing but your forests. Then, of course, the remaining land, when we talk about utilization, why else will we do the land? Why will we do it? We will use it for agriculture, right? So the physical extent, okay? So we see that the physical extent of land on which crops are sown or harvested is what we call as net sown area. Yes, this part is confusing. I will spend 5 minutes here. And for those of you who have not done geography at all and you want in-depth explanation, like I said on the channel, you will find chapter-wise explanation, Epic Vlogger, right? So, अगर detail में पढ़ना है तो first NCERT पढ़िए, उसके बाद आप one shots देखिए ताकि आपको conceptual clarity हो. तभी आपको ये crash course और थोड़ा effective रहेगा, right? So with that, let's come back to net sown area. So basically, we know that there's a percentage of land which is, there in forests, and we know that roughly around in a country or in India at least 33% should be forests. But we know that over time that percentage is decreasing. But as per the government, it should be around 33%. Now the remaining, the physical extent of land wherein crops are sown or harvested is what we call as net sown area. Very simple and easy, right? Now, of course, we know that there is some amount of land which is not utilized for cultivation. So this is what we call as the second part. That is land that is not available for cultivation. Now, land that is not available for cultivation is of two parts. There is barren land, right? So we see that there is barren land, and then we see that there is land put to non-agricultural uses, right? So I'm just, and it'll go behind me, but you know, right? Exactly. So this is non-agricultural uses. Now barren land, or it's also known as wasteland, right? Now here we categorize it under land which is not available for cultivation simply because it is wasteland, okay? The soil in itself in this land is so poor that you cannot cultivate it, right? Which is why it is called as barren land. Now you have land which is put to non-agricultural use. That means for my buildings and everything, I will require this, right? So in this case, we see that whatever I put to non-agricultural use, it is for infrastructure. See, the picture also depicts it. I want to move a little. Will my hand get cut? Okay, my hand will get cut beyond that. But you see the picture, right? So that is what we mean by infrastructure. Yes? So we use this for infrastructure. Now, you have divided your land, right? So one is for forest, one is agriculture, right? Now if agriculture is, we know that some of it is needed for infrastructure, then some you cannot use, okay? Some you just cannot use anymore. Then what are you left with? You are now left with fallow land, right? So first and foremost, what is fallow? What does the meaning fallow land mean? So basically, it is a piece of land that is normally, right, that is normally used for farming, but we see that there's no crops in it, okay? So this is a piece of land where normally it is used for farming, but at this point, what have we done? We've left it empty, okay, or it is left without any crops on it. So at this point, there are no crops so that it can recover its fertility, right? So basically, what is fallow land? It's a land which is normally used for cultivation, but at this point, it's left empty, okay? Now, based on this, you have two kinds. Now, that is empty land, right? Empty land that is there. Now, you have two, right? Now, you have current fallow, and then you have other than current, okay? Now, you have other than current fallow. Now, if I have decided, right, so if I have decided that this is my piece of land and I've decided that I'm going to leave this empty, maybe when my decision has taken, like I've decided now, maybe a few months back, I've decided, okay, I'm going to leave this land empty. So it's just been 5-6 months, right? So I have left it, or there has been no agriculture practiced in less than 1 year, right? So this is less than 1. So think about it. Imagine. In November, May, you harvested your crop and now you're like, okay, let me wait for some more time and then I'll let my soil, soil get its fertility back and then I will be able to, use it. So this is less than 1 year, right? But imagine it's already been, I decided this last December and it's already January now. So at this point, it is more than 1 year, right? It has been more than 1 year. So if it becomes more than 1 or between 1 to 5 years, we see that it goes into other than current fallow, right? But if I decide that, okay, you know what, it has become greater. It has become greater than 5 years, right? If it has become greater than 5 years, I've left it as it is. It will move into a different category of uncultivated land, which is what we call as culturable wasteland, right? This has gone into a different category of other uncultivated land, right? So if it is less than 1, current fallow. If it is between 1 to 5, other than current. If I have decided, okay, more than 5 years, it's culturable, but nothing is happening. So it is a culturable wasteland. Why wasteland? It is culturable, but it's not being utilized, right? So that is something that we need to understand. Ma'am, is technology more important than resources? No, because see, at one point, technology requires basic resources as well, right? So it goes hand in hand per se, I would say, Anu, hand in hand, all right? Okay, all right. So now, of course, we have moved into the next category, that is other uncultivated land, right? So we've moved into other uncultivated land. Now, in other uncultivated land, we have 3 things. One, I have already told you, that is culturable. Let me just delete this. It is culturable wasteland. But then we also have permanent pastures. Somebody was asking me, ma'am, what is permanent pasture? A permanent pasture is basically a land or a piece of land that is used for grazing, right? So we know that we rear a lot of cattle, we rear a lot of, there's a lot of cattle that we rear which are sent out for grazing to get their food, right? So that is what we mean by this. Then of course, as we know, the last one that is there is land. So let me make that 3. That is land under miscellaneous tree groves, right? So these miscellaneous tree groves are basically, pieces of land where trees are growing, some random trees are growing, and they are normally coming under this category, right? Yes, Akshay, I'm taking your name, but I am also, thinking about finishing this, right? So sorry if I've missed your name. All right, ma'am, how to remember this? Yes, how to remember this? So first and foremost, when you are studying this, make a flow chart, right? Now, of course, my flow chart was not a very organized flow chart, but if you make a flow chart, it is important that you understand this, right? So think about why you need land. Start with a simple question when you are remembering. If I am a person, what all will I require land for? Think about it. I need land because I will want to build my house. Then imagine if there was no way in which I have to make food, then I need it for food, right? Then of course, naturally there will be forests which are present. Then apart from that, when you think about our country geographically, some of it will have some random trees which are growing. Now if I am a farmer, I will have cattle, which means I will require grazing land, right? So think about it in that manner. Yes? Okay. There is no cat. That is a world map. Don't get distracted by this. Okay? So this is about land utilization. And yes, very good, Anmol. It is about pastures, right? It's about understanding it. Yes? Very good. Ma'am, will you cover maps? Not today due to lack of time. I'm going to have a separate class where I'm telling you that with that class you will have end-to-end understanding. But in the meanwhile, Tarana ma'am has already done a session on maps. You can check that out in the channel. It is amazing, right? It will definitely help you out. So now, of course, we've spoken about land utilization. Now, the next thing that you need to understand is land degradation. Now, everybody, land degradation, also put a star mark, right? Star mark because it is very important. Yes, okay, gross cropped area and net sown area. So, I think last time when I did the pre-board fest, there was a slight mix-up with gross cropped area and net sown area. So, my bad with that. So, like I said, no, net sown area is basically the physical extent, right? So we see that it is the physical extent up to which we are growing crops, or extent up to which we sow crops that are harvested basically. Now you have gross cropped area. Okay, so now when we talk about gross cropped area, it is basically including your net sown area, and it includes any other piece of land wherein we see that it includes the area of land sown which for more than one agricultural year, right? So this is for that particular year or that particular time period, but if it is for more than one, so area sown more than once in an agricultural year. Okay, so this is the difference. So this is the physical extent up to which we grow the crops or for which crops are sown and then harvested. Gross cropped area includes this as well as the area of land sown more than once, right? More than once in an agricultural year, right? So that is what we mean by it. Very good, Tanisha. So since last time there was a mix-up, I'm coming clean. Very sorry about that, but I hope now it is clear. Miscellaneous is random other. Okay, literally miscellaneous means any other, other than like random or other is a simple synonym that we can use. Okay, so coming back here, all right, so coming back to land degradation. Land degradation, yes, Madiha, yes. So land degradation that is there is something wherein we know that if there is reckless use of land by humans, right? You think about it quite literally, it is getting degraded. So what do you mean by degrade? You think about, if you look at the words very literally, you will be able to understand. What will break down or destroy the quality of land, right? So what do we mean by it? Land degradation, almost like destruction, wherein the quality of land comes down, right? So land degradation is like when it will come down, or exploitation. Yes. So now mining is the main cause. Yes, but not just mining. You have over irrigation, you have mining, you have overgrazing, and you have industries. So when you talk about mining, we know that large areas of land are deforested due to mining, right? And along with that, normally we see that this happens in Odisha and in Jharkhand, wherein there's a lot of minerals that are present there, due to which mining activities take place. Now in areas like, Punjab and Haryana, we know that over irrigation is possible, right? So if you look at it, overgrazing is there in Rajasthan, and it is also there in Maharashtra, where in large areas of land we see that there is excessive grazing than normal, right? And as a result, that will degrade it. Now, of course, when we talk about, that was overgrazing. Now, when you talk about over irrigation, we see that more than necessary water, if it gets used, then we see that this again can have an impact, right? Because it will again affect the soil quality, leading to salinity, alkalinity, so far and so forth. Along with that, if you think about it, processing of minerals, right? Or processing of minerals like limestone, calcite, and all of them generates a lot of dust, okay? Now, a lot of dust will be generated when you are processing it. And when that happens on the piece of land, all this dust will settle down. Now, when all this dust will settle, right, we see that it will form a layer. And as a result, we see that it will not allow for water to percolate through. That means if water wants to seep into the land, it will not be able to do that, right? So we see that this is something also that is there. And of course, when you talk about industries, we know that industries generate a lot of effluents that are there, which is a major source of land and water pollution, right? Exactly, it causes soil erosion, and it also alters the quality of soil, right, Rasputin? So that is why we understand this, okay? So now, of course, as you know, right, with this we have an understanding of what are the causes of land degradation. So now, how can we go about it? How can we conserve the land, right? How can we conserve it? So let's talk about land conservation. How can we do this? Ma'am, do we need to remember the states? I would prefer at least 1 or 2 examples, because they can ask you in objective, or when you are writing your answer, it will give you a supporting thing, right? It will support your answer. So land degradation, put a star mark. Land conservation, also you can put a star mark to it, right? All right. So now, of course, we know what does salinity mean? Affecting the soil or the salt content that is there, right? So that is what we mean by salinity. Land conservation is very easy. If you know what is destructing it, uska ulta you need to think about. So if overgrazing is my problem, what should I do? Have a check on overgrazing. Exactly, right? Have a check on grazing, right? Or control or manage grazing. Similarly, what was it? Mining was a cause. That means mining activities should be controlled, right? So manage or control on mining activities. Now for mining, what were we doing? We were destroying the trees, right? Or we were doing deforestation. So what do? Afforestation, wherein we plant more trees, right? To minimize it. Very good. Industrial waste should be treated. Exactly. How do we dispose this industrial waste, right? We should make sure that it's not just randomly thrown away, but industrial waste should be disposed properly, and it should be treated as well, right? And at times they recommend shelter beds also for controlling grazing. Yes? So with this, of course, we come to the end of understanding about land degradation and land conservation. Now moving on to learning more about soil, because soil is an important resource. Soil is where plants grow on, many living organisms are found on soil, right? And at the end of the day, where do we get our food from? We get our food from the soil that is there. I mean, not from the soil per se, but the crops are grown on the soil, right? So soil again is a very, very important resource. So we know that there are various factors that result in the formation of soil, like there is a need for parent rock, that depending on climate and of course at what height it is. Then of course we know that time and various other factors are necessary for soil formation. And of course we see that there are different types of soil, like alluvial soil, red soil, then of course laterite, desert, mountain and black, right? So now when we talk about the types of soil in India, when you learn types of soil, there are two things. Characteristics of soil is important to learn, and the map is important because it will come for identification, right? So it can come for identification. So try to learn the distribution, and see, when you are learning map by yourself, I'll give you a small trick, okay? Try to come up with innovative ways in which you are able to do the distribution, right? So when you think about it, no, imagine that this right here maybe represents you of a shoe, right? This part here looks like somebody's feet, and then of course we see that this looks like somebody's pants, right? So this right here tells you where red and yellow soil distribution happens. Now when you think about this, this looks like maybe a dog running, no? We see that this looks like maybe a giant lizard that is there. So the giant lizard on top with the tail that is there, that is your alluvial soil. So when you think about it, these are innovative ways in which you will be able to remember, right? Now mnemonic I can definitely give you, but maybe not today, right? Today I have not had the mnemonic with me. But when you think about mnemonics again, like I tell you, for example, alluvial, black, red, laterite, when you go ahead. So let's see, you can come up with your own one, and I'll also try to give you one probably by the end of the class today for types of soil, all right? So now let's get started. Yes, let's get started and let's go ahead and understand more on alluvial soil, right? So we know that alluvial soil is again extremely fertile soil found in the entire northern plains. I told you about the lizard with the tail that is there. So this is the entire northern plains that is there, right? And we know that apart from that, it's also found on the eastern coastal plains. So now if you look at it, it looks like an axe. This whole map ka thing looks like an axe. So you can think about axe, AA, that means alluvial, right? And now we know that you have old alluvial and you have new alluvial, and this alluvial soil is mainly used for the cultivation of wheat and paddy. So what I'm underlining is something that you need to know. Ma'am, are all soil types important? Yes, bacha, all soil types are important because they can ask you MCQs. They can give you a characteristic and they may ask you to identify it, right? Yes. So somebody is asking me, man, what is Bhangar and Khadar, right? So that is with respect to your old and new, right? So when you talk about Khadar, it's basically your new alluvial soil. And in this case, we see that they have fine particles, but they are more fertile, right? But on the other hand, when you talk about Bhangar, yes, so let me just write this down. It is Bhangar. It is basically your old alluvial soil, which slightly has larger, or you can say it has more coarse particles, right? So that is what we mean by it. All locations, to an extent, but main distributions you should know. Main distributions are important to learn, right? Ma'am, how much mark does this question come for? See, alluvial, so based on soil, they can ask you soil characteristics that can come for 3 marks, right? So 3 marks it can definitely come, so that's why you should make a note of it. Or else it can come as an MCQ for you, where they'll give you characteristics and then they'll ask you to identify which one it is. Or else what will they do? They will ask you that, okay, there is alluvial soil, where is it predominantly found? So there are multiple ways in which they ask you this. And like I told you, for all of these tables, especially for the table that we will be looking at later on for major crops, beverage crops, wherever memory is required, make a table. Okay, make a table in a sheet of paper, put it in your room. I keep telling you this last time, I'm telling you this once again, right? So let me tell you that make a table, put it in your room, as and when you go, keep reading it. Try to recall, make flashcards, try to recall, because active recall is very, very important, right? Yes. Map question is not 96%. Map to pakka last part is there coming for 5 marks. But what comes is something that will be there. How to learn characteristics? See, again, like I tell you, for alluvial soil, so what I would recommend is that you think about it. You can categorize soils maybe based on how they are, like what is most fertile to less fertile. You can make an order, or else what you can do is you can think about. So for me, I do it with fertility, and then I think about where they are found, right? Yes. All right. So now moving on to the next one, which is black soil. Yes. Now black soil is also known that black soil that is there is also known as regur soil or cotton soil, right? So now when you talk about this, we know that it's made up of fine clayey material, and in the case of black soil, we know that it has high capacity to hold moisture. Now again, we see that it is rich in a lot of soil nutrients, and again, black soil, if I go back to the map, is mainly found in this part, right? So predominantly we have Maharashtra, Gujarat, right? We have parts of Rajasthan as well. So you can think about this, okay? So these are the different parts, mainly in the northwestern Deccan Plateau. Yes, Chhattisgarh mainly. And of course, we have MP, so on and so forth. Okay. And yes, cotton soil. Cotton is the easiest example to remember. Now moving on, you have red soil and laterite soil. Red soil, name only tells you what is what. It is reddish in color. Why is reddish in color? Think about a little bit of your chemistry, right? There is iron. Yes, iron is there and it is in the crystalline. So we see that iron is present, as a result of which you have red soil. Now compared to what you saw before, not very fertile, little low on nutrients, right? And found in parts of Odisha, Chhattisgarh and so on. Now you have laterite soil, which is formed by leaching, right? So we see that slowly as water goes, there is leaching of or due to heavy rain, and as a result we see that it is again low on nutrients, found in northeast regions, and of course it is found on parts of West Bengal, right? And of course, yes, we see that it is found in some regions. In some regions it has a lot of humus, but in some places it does not have enough. Ma'am, do we need to learn about formation of soil? See, characteristics are important. Ma'am, trying to understand, or free gaming, are you saying, ma'am, are you trying to understand? I'm a little confused, right? Yes, exactly. So leaching is a process by which water acts on it, right? And slowly we see that it will ooze, we see that on the action of it, we see that there is soil formation, right? So that is what we mean by it. Yuvan Bacha, don't worry, you were not spamming. I think I missed your doubt. So you can ask me your question once again. Can you ask me your question once again? PYQs, geography PYQs are already done on the channel Akshada. You will be able to understand, right? I mean, you can have a look. Now again, like I said, everybody, this particular class is not a in-depth teaching class, because as I told you, if I go into it, it will become too long, right? So this is a quick summary of the important pointers, okay? Now one thing that we need to understand. Yes, Yuvan is like, ma'am, should I remember all the states? Not all. Remember major distributions. Very important, right? Yes, it's very important. See, now there's a lot, which is why, as you know, right, it's important that you strategize. So today you have done a summary. That means you've had a look at all the topics. Now, wherever you feel like, ma'am, I'm not able to understand and this is where you need to spend time, make a star mark in your textbook saying, need to revise, need to watch once again. Go back, read the textbook. If you are not understanding, go to the one-shot video and try to understand. Still not understanding, come to this particular video, put the comments, you tag me and you tell me, Aishwarya ma'am, this part I have tried understanding and I'm still not able to understand. And we will make a pool of all of your doubts and we will do a doubt solving session, right? So everyone, important that you follow this, right? Because if you think that if I go, it's not like I don't want to go into chapter explanation. In the pre-board fest, that's another video that you will find on the channel, you will be able to find the chapter explanations, right? So you can go about it in greater detail there if you want the in-depth one. But today, as we have only 4 hours and we have a lot of practicing to do, we will be going, right? We will be going through the important pointers. Yes? Ma'am, channel link PYQ questions. Yes, I will give it to you. Study channel, you can search for geography PYQs. Aishwarya ma'am, you will be able to find my video, right? Okay. So are you all with me? Because I understand that right now some of you are feeling very demotivated in class. Everybody is like, ma'am, mujhse nahi ho raha hai. I'm feeling very scared about it, right? So for those of you who have exam tomorrow, if you want to watch the session now, well and good. Otherwise, I would recommend you go prepare for your exam, right? But I need you all to be with me. I need you to trust me and I need you to trust yourself, right? That you got this, right? Okay, have you completed history? I have not done it, but Ankita ma'am has already done it in the chat. Yes? Okay. कौन सी क्लास पढ़ा रही है? 10th क्लास को पढ़ा रही हूँ मैं. Okay, ma'am, do we need to read whole book for pre-board or just revise? Yuvan, if you have not started doing your in-depth preparation, you should do in-depth preparation. Only then you should go for revision. So preparing is important, right? Yes. Are we ready? Are we now going to get distracted in between? Right? Yes. How many layers? 4. Yes. Sharanu, I think it's 4. Okay. All right. Are you all with me? Jayashri, see, I'm getting a lot of doubts. I'm trying my best to answer most of it. But let's do one thing from now, right? I will do the chapter summary. End pay doubts, you guys write it down and we will do it together. Otherwise, if I keep stopping in between for doubts, we will spend 3-4 hours just doing chapter summary, right? If exams are there tomorrow and you have maybe history to prepare, you have economics to prepare, or you have pol science left, I recommend that you watch the video later on 2x speed, okay? All of you having exam tomorrow, first prepare, okay? Because this is only for geography. If you are left with other subjects, please go, all right? I mean, please go finish your exam preparation, come back and watch it. Not like I want you to do well in your exam as well. Coming back, right? Coming back to it. Let's move on to the next one, right? So let's have a look at arid soil and forest soil. Now, arid soil that is there is basically red to brown in color. It has a sandy texture, lacks humus and moisture, right? Now, of course, we know that again it is not very fertile in nature, mainly found in Rajasthan, right? So think about the arid or the kind of soil that you would find in the Rajasthan region that is there. Western Rajasthan region to be precise. Then of course we have forest soil which has a loamy kind of texture, mainly found in valleys, like in all the mountains that are there, right? So we see that here the alluvial plains, right? So we see that here these parts that you see are quite fertile. Now for those of you who are asking me if this table is enough, this table is well and good for all of you to study. But again, like I said, right, make sure that you go ahead and you do it in your own way and in your own prep. Now moving on to last 2 parts, right? Last 2 parts on soil erosion. Yes. So we see that there is soil erosion. Yes, so forest soil, see, if you find in hilly mountainous areas, we know terrace farming is practiced, right? So to an extent, yes, Shreya, we can practice that. So now, of course, as you know, right, we have soil erosion that is there. Now, when you talk about soil erosion, it is the removal of the topsoil or the denudation of the topsoil. And we know that once the topsoil goes, the fertility of the soil comes down. Now, what causes soil erosion? It could be natural forces like wind, running water, or it could be glaciers. Now, when you talk about running water, we know that there could be 2 kinds of erosion, right, wherein we know that there is gully erosion, or there could be sheet erosion, right? So we see that both are possible. And along with that, at times, human activities like deforestation, construction, mining, all of this can affect or cause soil erosion, which is why there are various ways, right? So we see that there are various ways of preventing it. So in hilly areas, normally we make contour barriers or we practice terrace farming to prevent it. Now, of course, we know that in arid regions, we plant shelter beds, which is a line of trees, right? So we see that this is a line of trees that are there, which acts as a shelter bed. Then, of course, in plains, we practice strip cropping, where in alternate lines, right? So in large fields are divided into strips and alternatively grass is grown. So strip, you think about stripes, right? Stripe shirt. Stripe shirt pe you see that there is alternate lines that go like this. Now just imagine that in strip cropping that is there, we observe this, right? So in alternatively, we observe that grass is there that is left to go, right? So with this, of course, these are different ways in which it will reduce soil erosion. Now with this, I have completed the first particular chapter. Gully erosion and sheet erosion. Gully may basically when the water goes, right? So if this is a piece of soil, right, or a piece of land, when the water flows, it will go in a way that it will form a channel, right? So it will form a channel. So think about a gully in your house, in your area. What is a gully? It is a small narrow road, right? So there will be like so many buildings and then there is one small gully, one small narrow road. That is what is gully erosion. So instead of the houses, you think about it as soil, and so the narrow road, you think about how water has created that. That is what we mean by gully erosion. Now, of course, when you talk about sheet erosion, it's when the water forms a sheet and a whole layer of soil, a sheet of it gets displaced, right? So again, think about paper sheets, right? So how you have different sheets of paper, you stack it one on top. But imagine if I keep pushing it one out, I keep taking sheets of paper and I keep throwing out. Then sheet by layer it goes, right? So that is what we mean by it. Now, what is mulching? So basically you use organic matters like straw and so on to cover the top part of the soil, right? So that it helps retain moisture. So that is what we mean by it. Yes, Chirag, tell me what is the problem, bacha. Don't worry, okay? All right, so are we clear with all the important pointers from the first chapter? Like I said, for every chapter, I will cover the important points because we need to spend some time on the questions. Those are important because at this point, we should spend time with questions. Ankit, everybody is doing fine, requesting you to not spam on the chat. If Akshada SST syllabus is incomplete and you want 10 days to do, start reading NCRT today. Yes, make a note, watch the one shots. That is what you need to do. And spend more time studying. That is what I would recommend. Okay? Now moving on to the next one. Yes, next one is forest and wildlife resources. Now, of course, here in the chapter, lot of it is, this chapter is very simple, right? Forest and wildlife resources. It's a very easy chapter. Now, in this particular chapter, of course, you have categorization of species into rare species, endemic species, endangered species, vulnerable species. You need to understand that, right? They are very simple and easy. I am not going to go in detail, right? You just need to know one or two because those kind of questions can come for match the following. But what you need to focus on more is on understanding about causes of deforestation, what happened pre-independence, post-independence, what are the impacts of deforestation, right? And of course, talking about conservation of forest and wildlife, how we have the Indian Wildlife Protection Act and how the community that is there and how the community is involved in conservation. Yes? So now I'm going to get to a very important part that is on distribution of forests. Now forests here are broadly classified into three categories, wherein here we see that we have reserve forest, protected and unclassed forest, right? So this you need to understand very clearly. So we have reserved, okay? Now, meanwhile, I need all of you to tell me the answers in the chat, right? All of you tell me what do we mean by reserved forests very quickly. Everyone, can you tell me? You have reserved, you have protected, and you have unclassed. So, I need you all to tell me what is what, right? Ma'am, don't know. Okay, no problem. Someone, Madiha is telling me, ma'am, it is most valuable. All right, okay. Forests owned by government are called as reserved. Okay, to an extent, right? One-third of reserved area. Is it one-third or more than half, right? Yes, exactly. Very good, very good. So in this case, when you look at it, right? So when you talk about reserved forest, this makes up more than half of the total forest area. It is the most valuable with respect to conservation of forest and wildlife, right? Now, when you talk about protected forests, we see that this makes up 1/3 of the total forest area. Okay, so this makes up total of 1/3 of the forest area, and we see that this is protected to prevent, right? So we see that it prevents any further depletion, right? So this right here prevents any further depletion. And we see that the reserved and the protected together form something known as permanent forests, right? So we see that this forms permanent forests. And we see that permanent forests are maintained for producing timber and other forest produce, right? So together they form this, right? Now when you talk about permanent, We know that Madhya Pradesh has the largest permanent forest and 75% of the state is made up of this. And we know that different parts have protected, different parts of it have reserved forest. Leaving us with the last category that is there, which is unclassed, right? So what do we mean by unclassed? We know that other forest and wastelands that are there which belong to both government and private individuals along with the community, right? So I'm going to write this as private individuals and the community. So this is what we mean by these three, right? So most valuable means that we need to take care of it, right? So a lot of resources there that need to be conserved and to be maintained. That is what we mean by it. So if you want to take a screenshot, you can quickly take a screenshot, everyone. Yes, everybody take a screenshot if need be, okay? And let me know. Because like you know, right, they will ask you question based on this, alright? So they will ask you questions wherein statements will be given, or if you remember, like I keep giving you the example of sample papers wherein they will tell you that, you know, there are three statements, identify which is correct or incorrect. Very good everybody, very good, because once I remove this, it will be gone because I'm writing on black screen, right? So now of course with this we have an understanding of different kinds of forests. But of course, over time, like I told you, we see that there have been various reasons for deforestation. Now, what is deforestation? It is nothing but felling of forests on a large scale. Now, we see that earlier, during the colonial period or pre-independence, we see that for the expansion of railways, for agriculture, for scientific forestry, mining activities, and so on, they used to fell a large area of land, right? And along with that, they wanted to promote the production of some species of what they want, right? So, for example, if you see in the case of tea, or if you take the case of oak, they wanted those products to be, you know, introduced and grown in our country, which is why they did deforestation. But over time, we saw that after independence, we saw that there was, of course, practice of slash and burn agriculture or jhuming. Then we saw that for river valley projects, we saw that, you know, there was large area of land which was, you know, felled. There was grazing of land, collection of food, collection of wood for fuel, and for mining activities for which it was there, right? What is terrace farming? So terrace farming is basically in a hilly land when you make plates, right? So when you make plates and you practice, or you make like these, you know, plates is the right word to use, right? So when you use plates and you practice farming there, it's called as terrace farming. Contour plowing is when you know, make a contour, right? You make a, like what do you say, you make a drop, or you make like a contour that is, how do I, let me use a simpler word. So imagine it was there, you make a contour or you make a diversion so that water can flow through. It is what we call as contour plowing. So are we all clear? Yes, like steps, right? Plates or steps. Now, free gaming, Purva Yadav is boy or girl, that does not matter to you. But you need to pay attention in class, okay? So, for those of you who are going to get distracted in the chat, let me tell you that you will be blocked, okay? Yes. See, terrace farming pay, basically, you see that, I will show you the picture. It gets very easy to understand, right? So, you have a look at this here. Terrace farming pay, if you look at this particular image and you zoom into it, we see that there are plates or there are, you know, steps which are made. But contour may, for the water or anything to flow, there is like a pathway that is made, right? So that is what we mean by this. Yes, reserve forest and everything I have already explained, bacha, you can have a look, okay? So now we've understood the causes of deforestation, and like I told you, right, causes of deforestation will come in the exam. But now they will also ask you another very important question. What is the impact of deforestation, right? Now we've learned about causes, but what is the impact of it? Can you tell me in the chat? Muthuswamy, if you rewind it to the first 5 minutes, you will find the timetable, right? Okay. Yes, everybody, quickly. What are the impacts of deforestation? I need you to tell me. Loss of species, loss of habitat, disturbed ecosystem, okay, drought. All right, most of our forest resources will get affected, soil and land degradation, flora affected. Very good. You all know the answers, right? So basically, we know that first and foremost, there will be a lot of environmental degradation, right? And we know that in this way, we know that it will also result in the loss of habitat. So there is habitat loss as well. Now, apart from this, what we also observe is that there are some other impacts, right? So we see that there will be unequal access. So we see that there will be unequal access to resources, right? And we know that at the end of the day, when there is overpopulation, there will also be a high demand for the same. And this again affects communities. Yes, so it affects communities who are dependent on forests for the same as well. And again, if you see, right, when you talk about impact, it transcends beyond, or it goes beyond just apart from the environment. Even the society that is there gets impacted. Does the biodiversity get affected? Of course, the biodiversity gets affected, right? Yes, all right. So what is habitat? Habitat is nothing but the home of the organism, right? So a place where a living organism lives is what we call as a habitat. So when you are asked to write the impact, you need to write not just on an environmental level, but you can elaborate at a social level, right? How communities are affected and how there is an increasing pressure on resources as well. Yes. So now, of course, we know that there is a pressing need to conserve our forests, right? So that's why we have the term conservation. So conservation is to conserve or protect it. And we know that as a result, or to protect them, we saw that the Indian Wildlife Act or the Indian Wildlife Protection Act was implemented in 1972 to protect habitats and wildlife, right? And we know that this particular program started off towards protecting the remaining population, because by then the population of species had already been affected, and we see that the remaining population that was left, the focus was on taking care of them, or thereby making sure that these endangered species that were there was a ban on hunting. And we saw that legal protection, right? So we saw that legal protection was given to their habitats by restricting trade on wildlife, right? So why should we conserve biodiversity? For all of these reasons I told you. Affects environment, habitat loss, larger impact. Socio-economically also we saw that there is impact because now resources are getting affected, right? Which is why it is very, very important. So now, of course, we saw that there were establishments. So how did they do this? They established national parks and wildlife sanctuaries so that they could protect the wildlife and forest cover. So there are some examples of forests, national parks that you can give an example of, right? You can give any example. So if you are, wherever you are from, I'm sure there's a wildlife that is there. So you will be able to give it. Then, of course, we know that there were various protection projects to make sure that, there is protection of these threatened species. So some of you are telling me, ma'am, should we write about Project Tiger? Or there are also, there's a short note mentioned on the Asiatic cheetah. So there are times when they may ask you to write about it. So it's important that you go through it, right? Don't be like, ma'am said it's not there, so I will not read. No, go through the NCERT inside out, okay? Very, very important. And we know Project Tiger, Project Elephant, Crocodile Conservation Project, they are all very important, right? So they are super duper important. Now, apart from this also, we see that there were various communities which were involved, right? So when you talk about the various communities, we know that there are various movements that various communities came together and they performed. So we have Chipko movement, which involved rural villagers. So here, when you think about Chipko, think about women, right? And think about it quite literally, where the women came together, they hugged the trees to prevent the felling of trees, right? Now, of course, when you talk about it, when we talk about such movements, we also have the Beej Bachao Andolan. So, Beej Bachao Andolan. Now, look at the word only, right? Beej. What does beej mean? It's the seeds, right? So this particular movement was to promote the use of native seeds rather than using, seeds which are, of HYVs or high-end ones that were getting sold, right? So this was to make sure that we use native seeds and produce crops without any chemicals. Yes? Now, of course, we had the Joint Forest Management that was there, which was launched in 1888, wherein you had local communities and you had the forest authorities coming together, working together to restore degraded forests, right? So that is something that we need to understand. So yes, everybody, are we clear? How is culture affected? Like I said, when we talk about this, right? How is culture affected when it comes to deforestation? That's because at the end of the day, we know that there are a lot of communities which are dependent on the forest. That means that their practices and everything are dependent there. So if the forests are gone, the communities are now losing their, communities' dependency on the forest, which was there initially, is now cannot be there because the forest is not there. Thereby has a cultural impact, right? Nobody is free here, Viru Singh. Everybody is listening to class, and I suggest you pay attention to, right? So everyone here, mainly short note will come here. Short note will come from deforestation. MCQs will come. And we are done with the second chapter as well. Okay, all right. So now we are moving on to chapter number 3, which is water resources, right? Water resources. Okay, how are we feeling now? Now you are understanding how we are summarizing, right? We are all summarizing the concepts. I'm making sure, and I hope all of you are making a note of all the important pointers. MR, Goldie and all the others who are paying attention to other things except me, let me tell you that if you do this, SST later on will get scary. So please make sure that you don't unnecessarily have conversations. And for everyone who is requesting me to speak in Hindi constantly, like you all know, I am not very fluent with Hindi, but wherever you are not able to understand at all, I will help you out, right? Yes. See, again, for your syllabus, there's a lot of confusion, right? Lot of confusion that I am seeing. So everyone, we've already done a class on the syllabus where we've told you as per CBSE what is there, what is not there. So the deleted portions, we will not be taking it up, right? It will not be there on the slides. And this has been cross-verified, so don't worry, okay? Yes, full Josh, ma'am, and full clear. Okay, all right. I want questions. Our aim is 8:15. Another... I'm going to be faster now. Okay, so I will be fast, but wherever you have doubts, I'll help you out. MR, stay focused in class. Okay? All right. So now coming into class. Next up, we have water resources. But before I go ahead with water resources, everybody, just give me one moment. Okay, all right. So coming back to water resources, right? So in water resources, what are the main topics that are there? We have water scarcity that is there. Yes, then of course we have dams, we have rainwater harvesting. And under each of it, we have listed down what you need to know. For water scarcity, you need to know what it is, the quantitative and qualitative aspects. In dams, you need to know what do we mean by a dam, what are the advantages, what are the environmental and social impacts. Then we have rainwater harvesting, where you need to know what is rainwater harvesting and what are the types of it. So quickly moving on to water scarcity, right? So water scarcity is nothing but a condition wherein there is insufficient, right? What does the word scarce mean? The word scarce means insufficient, or it means not enough, right? So we say that water in the desert is scarce. So what do we mean by it? So we see that water scarcity is when there is insufficient freshwater resources, right? And we see that these resources are insufficient to meet the human and environmental demands of a given area. So this is what we mean by water scarcity. Now, what causes this water scarcity? So we are telling that there's not enough fresh water. But why is there not enough fresh water? That is a question that we need to look for. Why is there not enough water, right? So now we know that first and foremost, across our country in different parts, the amount of rainfall that we get, right? So different parts of our country, gets different amount of rainfall. And along with that, when we talk about consumption of resources, we know of water, we know that there is over exploitation. So now, of course, when we talk about need for water, let's go from there, right? So when we talk about need for water, we know that primarily it is needed for agriculture, and then of course it is needed for the industry. Now in agriculture also primarily we know that through irrigation it is consumed, right? And we know that large amount of water is overused or overconsumed. Yes? Now of course when we talk about industries, we know that for various purposes and for domestic purposes we require water. And the reason for these two to need so much water is because of overpopulation, right? So we know that the population has been growing at a considerable period of time, and that is why we see that there is a demand for food. More agriculture being practiced, more irrigation, industries needing to produce more to meet the demand. And as a result, we see that there is overexploitation and excessive consumption. Now, along with this, we also see that there is unequal access that is given amongst various social groups, right? So, we see that in the urban areas, yes, so when we say unequal access, effectively we see that urban areas will have more amount of water, right? More amount of water will be there for urban areas. Rural areas, sadly, will not have that much. So again, as we know that we've spoken about how there is increased demand for food and urbanization and industrialization. Now somebody was asking me, ma'am, can water pollution be a source or be a cause of water scarcity? Yes, but it will be a qualitative aspect that causes it, right? So in all these cases, when we spoke about needing water, right, for overpopulation, for agriculture, or when we are talking about unequal access, we are talking in volume, right? We are talking in amount. But here we are talking about the quality of it. So let's assume that volume-wise access of water is there. But if the quality is not, water is not good, then what is the point? We cannot use it, right? So we see that normally due to pollution, we see that from industrial sources or various other reasons, we are not able to use the water. So this is something that you need to understand. So everybody, when you are writing, and sometimes if they ask you, write the quantitative aspects or write the qualitative aspects, right? You need to understand what exactly they are talking about, right? So quantity means volume. Quality means the type. How exactly is it? Is it good? Is it something we can consume? So on and so forth, right? So now, of course, from this, we move on to understanding about hydraulic structures, and then we go on to understanding more about multi-purpose river valley projects, right? And here we learned about a dam. Now, when you talk about dam, right, we know that dam that is there is a barrier. Okay, simple. Think about a river and think about some big thing that is stopping it. Okay, something that's come in between the river. Yes? So that is what we understand as a dam. It is a barrier, right, which is flowing, or we see that it's an obstruction that obstructs the flow of water. And as a result, we see that when you obstruct the flow, this will help in creating a reservoir, right? So imagine, just give me a moment. Yes. So imagine if this is a river, okay, and here I have built my dam, all right? Now here what I have built an obstruction. Now once I have built my obstruction, we saw that now it's obstructing my flow. Now what I will do, I will clear all of this land here, and now what I will do is I will make a huge reservoir, right? So now I have made a huge reservoir of water, and on this side, this is my river that is there. And the dam that will come will look something like this. Yes? And of course, we have various kinds of dam, but that we don't need to look, right? Okay. So now, of course, moving on, right? Why were people building dams? What is the reason behind it? Because of course dams were one way wherein in some places wherein from the river, if they were not able to get enough water for irrigation, from the dam they were able to channel water to farms for irrigation, right? So that is something that they need to do. Now, second of all, from the dams, we were able to generate hydroelectricity. So, whenever needed be, in the dam, there would be these turbines, right? And when the water would flow, the flow of water would make the turbines turn. And when the turbines would turn, this movement of the turbines would then generate electricity. So, that is something that you need to know. Now, along with that, we also see that at some places they were used for fish breeding, recreational activities. There were some birds wherein we saw that the construction of dams also helped in protecting certain species of birds. And we also saw that it facilitated inland navigation, right? So, inland navigation is nothing but movement through rivers, right? So, normally the flow of river or the pace at which the river flows would be pretty fast, which is again not very safe for navigation or using, for transport of things, but building of dams slowed down that pace such that inland navigation was possible, right? Yes. So this is why this is something that you need to understand. So now, how is urbanization posing a threat to freshwater sources in India? Because due to rapid urbanization, we know that there's a lot of demand, right? There's a lot of demand for freshwater resource, which is why there is overconsumption of the freshwater resource. And along with that, we also understand that there are times when this could get polluted as well. So there are two ways in which quantitative and qualitative aspects are there as well. Yes, Royal One, Ansh, you can join this class. I'm just doing a summary, okay? Yes, all right. So now, of course, we saw that these are the advantages, right? So these are the advantages of the dam. But now, of course, yes, very good, Jayashri. It's also used for flood control as well in flood-prone areas. Yes, so we are also using it. Now, of course, from here, we see that there are as many advantages are there. We also see that there are some disadvantages, right? Now we see that first and foremost, a dam acts as a barrier, which means that it obstructs the flow of the river. Now when it obstructs the flow of the river, it will cause excess sedimentation, right? So like I told you, on one end, normally a river is flowing, right? And the movement of this river also helps with the weathering of the rocks that are there on the riverbed. All of this, rivers are natural, forces of nature that are there, right? And it also helps with, the weathering process that happens. But now what happens is when an obstruction is built, this flow is stopped. Now when the flow stops, on one end of it, we observe that there is excess sedimentation. And on the other hand, due to lack of this weathering process, the river beds, that means at the bottom of the river, we see that it becomes more rocky. Now, rocky bed is not very ideal for aquatic land, right? So, it is not very ideal for aquatic life, which is why now aquatic life gets affected. And along with this, we see that, so at this rate, we see that on one end, there are a lot of rocks and there's a rocky bed. But on the other hand, that is there, we see that there is excess sedimentation. Now, apart from this, what we also observe is that at times, as much as the purpose of the dam was to prevent floods, we see that there are cases in which if the reservoir gets full, right? So, if the reservoir gets full entirely, we see that there needs to be a release of it or the release of water. And at times, if it's not happened properly, it can cause floods. And of course, for construction of dams, we see that the tectonic plates, the bottom gets affected such that they cause, earthquakes. Now, of course, we know that building or a reservoir, right? I told you, if this is the river and after I construct my dam, I see that the reservoir is this huge. Then that means that all the surrounding area of forests will be cleared for building a reservoir. That means there is loss of vegetation as well, right? So there's a lot of loss of it. Now, this was the environmental impacts. Environment may only so many impacts are there. Now, you think about socially. Socially, you think about it. We see that for those it's not just forests that they're clearing, right? They are also clearing. If there are communities who are dependent on the forest, there might be nearby villages also. At times, they might also be asked to relocate. And at times, what will happen is that there will be unequal distribution of dam. So while constructing the dam, they'll be like, yes, we build the dam for making sure that every land is getting, proper amount of water. But then again, at times, there could be inaccurate, I'll not say inaccurate, unequal distribution of water, right? So there'll be unequal distribution, and when things are unequal, what will they say? They'll be like, you know what, there will be a dispute, right? And when there is a dispute, we also see that then it will be taken at a larger scale. Now, along with that, we see that change in cropping pattern is also there, right? So we see that change in cropping pattern also takes place due to more of intensive and commercial cropping. So with this, of course, as you know, right, we see that construction of river valley projects have a lot of advantages, but they also have a lot of disadvantages. Everybody, those of you who are here, please put a star mark for this, because you will get these questions, right? Questions based on this. In your sample paper, you had questions based on the Sardar Sarovar Dam that was there, and you will get a 4-mark question very easily on this, right? So you had the Narmada Bachao Andolan, which was all a part of, how, there was an NGO that mobilized the tribes, and they made sure that, they were advocating for what was happening. Earlier, they were advocating for all the environmental degradation. Then they went on to speak more and, raise awareness more on how relocation of people were there, right? So in this case, as you know, right, we will be talking more when you talk about the maps. Mainly you will be asked to locate maps like, the Hirakud Dam that is there, the Nagarjuna Sagar Dam. So there is a list of map items, but I'm not going to go into map today because that's a different thing altogether, which is why I'm focusing on the theory, right? And now, of course, we have rainwater harvesting, wherein we know that the rainwater that is there is repurposed, and we get, we utilize it for our benefits. So in western Himalayan regions, gulls or kuls are made. In semi-arid regions, we have khadins and johads, and of course in Rajasthan mainly tankas were used, and we observed rooftop rainwater harvesting system. Now, of course, this was properly implemented in Tamil Nadu, and it was made, it was something that was properly implemented there. But in rooftop rainwater harvesting that is there, right? We see that at the rooftops, we see that there is, there are these pipes that will take it to the tankas, right? Tankas are nothing but tanks, okay? Tankas are nothing but tanks wherein the water will get collected, and then they are used for domestic purposes, right? So that is what we mean by it. And now, of course, we know that in Meghalaya, not a very effective way, but we have bamboo drip irrigation system and we have inundation canals, right? How cropping pattern gets affected? Because now we are using dam water for irrigation, right? So if it is irrigation, if it is utilized, there is over irrigation, intensive farming, it can affect quality of the cropping pattern as well. Yes? Are we all clear? Because with this, we have wound up chapter 3 also, right? These are chapter summaries, yes? Chapter summaries that are there. So are we all clear? So gulls and kuls are basically these pipes that would collect the rainwater, right? So these are things that would collect the rainwater. Asta, if you have a doubt, please let me know in the chat, bacha, which part you are not able to understand, right? If it is something that you are conceptually and fundamentally not able to understand, then you don't worry, we shall go ahead and talk. And like I said, I am stressing this once again, winning glory map-based questions that are there will be taken up when we do a class separately, right? Yes, we will be doing it soon, okay? Soon is my promise. Inundation canals that are there are basically, these channels that are built, right? So these are channels which are built that would collect the rainwater. That's as simple as that. And for those of you who are very new to my class, everybody welcome. My name is Aishwarya, and if you are finding this class helpful, if you are finding this necessary, and something that you feel like it will help you with your geography revision, then all I ask you to do is subscribe to the channel, right? Please subscribe to our channel. Please stay subscribed also, because nowhere else will you find such amazing classes, right? So everybody give me a quick thumbs up if you are enjoying our class, right? So as you all know, Our aim is to do a lot of practice, lot of SST, and make sure that you get comfortable. You need to keep reading it again and again. One time you read, you will not be able to get everything in your head. SST mein you need to work hard. Constant revision, constant recall. Lot of this, lot of recall is necessary. Yes, intensive farming, commercial farming, I will teach in agriculture. So don't get worried. Okay, please don't get worried. Ha, Asta, I will explain commercial farming, bacha. Don't worry about it. Yes, see, don't get scared. SST mein, I think what you all do is you think about the syllabus and you get scared then and there. There is no step beyond that. You'll see, oh my God, ma'am, so many chapters. No, I can't do it. Our mind is telling that. But you know how in Nemo, they say, right? Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Just tell yourself you've got this and then you can go ahead, right? So after this, after chapter summaries, we have PYQs. PYQs across for your subjective and objective, they are, they will be PYQs that are there. So what I'll do now is I will give you a 3-minute break now, okay? Yes, 3-minute break right now and at 8 o'clock I will start. Alright, so at 8 p.m. I will start this and I will wind through the next 2 chapters little faster so that for after 8:15, maybe by 8:30, 8:45, we will do chapter summaries and then we will go on to the questions. Okay? Yes. Is it more likely to get more number of MCQs? Nothing like that. Dipankar, CBSE equally distributes the marks because you have 20, 20, 20 from each chapter. There's nothing like more from geography. No, it's properly done. Right? Okay, 3 minutes break and we will resume at 8 o'clock. Okay? Hello everybody. Are you feeling refreshed after the 2-minute break? Yes? Are we ready? Ma'am, why is there so much ruttification? See, one thing is if you feel like you may mug it up, it'll become tough, right? But if you understand it, right, think about it. You've learned so much about it. See, so far what have we looked at? Water, we've looked at forests, we've looked at resources. These are things that we've already learnt about, right? So try to keep relating to it. Yes? Okay. Ma'am, really trying hard to learn state names. Drop some tips. I'll drop some tips soon, okay? Yes, chapter 4 on BYJU'S. Yes, this is chapter number 4, agriculture. All set, ma'am. Let's hunt them together. Done. Very good. See, like I said, I was reading some of the chats before I do this. When you say CBSE blueprint, right? I've already made a video or YouTube short on this. There is nothing with chapter wise. See, we can predict and tell you after analysis of many years, previous 10 years paper, we'll tell you that these are the most probable questions. These are some kind of questions that will come. But I will not be able to tell you that this exactly will come. You just need to learn this. That doesn't work. No, that's not how the board exam works, right? But they will tell you what kind of questions will come. What is the percentage of maybe, you know, direct concept application, where how many you will get case based. So we will be getting more of those in detail, right? Yes, Chirayu, I will. Okay, I will do the last one in detail. Don't worry. But in the last one, but I will also be doing it a little more. I'll be giving you some tips and tricks also in the last one, okay, to study, because as per slides, I don't have the chapter slides in detail. Yes? So now, of course, everyone, we are going to get started. So now, see, I'm going to do the chapter. I may not see your doubts. So just pay attention, and end may we will do it properly. Okay? Yes. All right. Please increase pitch. Oh. Okay. I think you can increase. I'll increase my volume a little bit. All right. So now we're talking about agriculture chapter. Now agriculture chapter is a very easy chapter, right? So when you talk about this particular chapter, it deals with what is agriculture, right? Now we know that agriculture is nothing but it's nothing but the science of, and it is a, it's the science of growing crops at a large scale and raising livestock, right? So that is what we mean by agriculture. Now we always get confused with agriculture and farming, right? Now we always think, ma'am, what is agriculture? What is farming, right? So what are they the same? Are they the different? Now the thing is, agriculture, as we know, is an umbrella term. It's a science, it is a big broad umbrella term that includes rearing crops and raising livestock. But the act of, you know, growing these crops, or how will we go ahead and grow these crops, the practice of doing this is what we call as farming, right? So what is farming? We know that it's a practice of it. Now in farming also, we see that there are two kinds of farming. Yes, so we know that there is subsistence farming. So we know that there is subsistence farming, and you have commercial farming, right? And under these also you have two types of subsistence farming, wherein you have intensive subsistence farming and you have primitive subsistence farming, right? Very heavy words. So let's understand what do we mean by subsistence. Now subsistence, you think about it, SS, okay? Subsistence means small, all right? That means that this is a piece, or this is a type of farming which I will do on a small piece of land. Okay, I'll use another color to highlight. I will practice this on a small piece of land. Now another word I will add to this, small and self. So subsistence, small, self. That means that I will practice subsistence farming on a small piece of land for my own consumption, right? For self-consumption. And in this case, because I only need it for me, I will have me, my father, my mother, and of course, I will have my brother helping me out to practice this. And I don't need very fancy technology, and I just need, you know, small output out of it. So these are three keywords you should know. Now we move on to types of subsistence farming, where we have intensive and primitive, right? So what do you understand by primitive? Very simple and easy, right? So primitive, on the other hand, is also what we understand as slash and burn agriculture, right? So when you talk about slash and burn agriculture, we see that if there is this piece of land, right? So if this is my piece of land and I have lots of forests in it, there will be one part of the land which I will clear, okay? And let's assume that this is the portion of land that I have cleared. Yes, I have cleared this one piece of land. Now from here, what I will do, how will I clear this? I will clear it and I will burn it, right? So felling of trees and then burning them. Now the ashes now that are there, they will get mixed with this part. So now all that are left are the ashes. Now I will mix these ashes, right? And then of course from here, after that I will sow my seeds. And once I sow my seeds, I will water, take care of it, and in the end, I will grow my crops. Now I'll harvest my crops, well and good, I'm very happy, I have grown crops, yes. Now what will I do? I will leave this piece of land. I will abandon it as it is. Okay. And then I will jump into the next piece of land. Practice the same thing, right? So this is what we understand as primitive. And we will use primitive tools here as well. Very good, Anshul. Very good. We will use primitive tools that are there. No problem, Harsh. Come back when you can, right? We will use primitive tools. But on the other hand, when you talk about intensive, so what do you mean by it? I'm sure you would have heard of this intensive course, right? Join this because you will get an intensive understanding. That means full, okay, end to end. You are fully into it, right? So that is what we mean by it. So intensive subsistence farming is when you take a small piece of land, okay? Whatever chottu piece of land you have, you will make use of it entirely, right? So you practice it on small plots and you will aim for maximum, okay? So there it was small and self, but here it is small and max, right? Small land, high input that are there. And here of course we use simple tools, but of course we see that large amount of labor and a lot of chemical fertilizers and all of them are used. And normally this is what is popularly practiced in India in densely populated lands, right? Yes, this is for higher production, but yes, more than higher production, what it aims for, key in small piece of land, you get maximum output, right? And high levels of chemicals are used. Now when we move on to commercial farming, right? So you think about the word commercial. What does commercial mean? Big, large scale production, right? So commercial, you think of large, and again you think about population, right? Large population. So here we see that I will use two larges here. So this is practiced on a large piece of land so that it is made for the large population that is there. Now we see that modern inputs are used, machines are used for large output. So what was your subsistence? Subsistence farming was small and self. Here it is large and large, right? And of course we know that there are types of commercial farming where of course we know that in large areas of land only one crop is grown. For example, plantations, right? Coffee plantation, tea plantations, they are all examples of the same. Yes? And we know that this is for the cultivation of a single crop. In this whole huge place, like I'm sure if you've been to Munnar or if you've been to like a hill station where coffee plantations or tea plantations are there, you'll see that one huge stretch of land is only that, right? And that's why you have coffee estates and everything. I'm sure if you've gone on vacation, you will be able to remember this. Just think of that vacation that you went when you talk about this plantation, right? Which is why we also call this as very good commercial crops. Now here labor is very high, capital, a lot of money that gets invested is very high, right? And of course we see that tea, coffee, rubber and coconut. Yes, Samprada, it's only plantations when we say it's mainly commercial farming, right? Yes, exactly, Kartikeya. Yes, very good. Now, of course, we see that it's practiced in Assam, Northern Bengal and Karnataka. So with this, we've understood the two kinds, right? We've learned about both. We've learned about subsistence farming and its types. We learned about commercial farming and its types. And you need to learn the main points. Now you've learned about cropping patterns. Now based on cropping patterns, what do you observe? We see that there are various cropping seasons, right? Now when you talk about agriculture, it's not like every year or every, 365 days, all your crops will grow. There are some crops which require certain conditions. There are some crops which will require certain temperatures, certain kind of rainfall, right? So we observe these cropping patterns that are there, which is what we understand as Kharif. And based on this, right, we have Kharif crop, Rabi crop and Zaid crop. Now, Kharif, Rabi, Zaid crops are very easy to understand, right? All of you are clear with Kharif, Rabi and Zaid? All of you are clear? Very simple it is, right? Super duper easy. Because we've been learning about Kharif crop. Maybe we've learned it in geography, we have learned it in biology, right? Very simple. So I'm going to quickly go through this part. So Kharif basically are your monsoon crops which are sown during June to October, require a lot of water, and your examples that are there include your rice, maize and cotton, right? Then you have your Rabi crops which are often known as your winter crops which are sown around October time and they are harvested around May. They require relatively less water, which includes your barley, barley, mustard and wheat. Yes. Then you have your Z crops that are there, which are normally grown during summer season, right? And we see that it's a very short cropping season that is there, and they require a relatively dry weather, right? So in this case, seasonal fruits and vegetables are something that we observe. So here again, you have pumpkin, you have watermelon, and you have cucumbers. Yes. Ma'am, example remembering is difficult. Shalini, that is why I have the short form. RMC for kharif crop. That means rice, maize, cotton. Then we have PWC, which means that Z crops, that is pumpkin, watermelon, cotton. Then you have BMW, which is your barley, mustard and wheat, right? Very simple and easy. And if you guys have any other mnemonics that you want to share with me, you can let me know in the comments as well, because this is how we all learn. And at the end of the day, it is not that, you and I are giving board exams separately. We are all in it together, right? So we're all in this together. This will be in YouTube after live also. It will be there as a premiered video, so don't worry about it. Yes? So now we will move on to major crops. Now, many of you, right? Many of you get worried, right? Many of you get worried remembering major crops, right? So many of you think like, ma'am, how to do this? Which is why over time I've been recommending that you do it in a tabular format. Now I know this format looks like too much at one go, right? So what you would do, right, is that go at it one by one. So you have rice, wheat, jowar and maize, yes, and then of course you also have ragi and everything that is there. But you just need to write the food crop, what are the requisites and the areas grown. Now, if you want to take a screenshot of this by increasing the font, increasing the quality of this video, let me know now. I will move aside so that you can take a screenshot, right? So I will help you with this. So if you want to take a screenshot, everybody take it right now. Fatafat, take a video. Millets is here. If screen is not clear, please go and refresh it, right? Go to your screen, go to settings, go to advanced settings and change it. Yes, Anshul is like, ma'am, sugarcane came in my exam. Exactly, this part is important, bachas. So please pay attention, okay? Done, ma'am, yes. And of course, I'll be sharing it with you on Telegram, but just in case if you don't file it on Telegram, I know it will be tough, right? Now see. Again, like I said, right, when you are remembering food crops, think of this in this way. So you have RMMW. So I normally think of it as RMMW. Okay, so now I have BMW, but imagine if Ramakrishnan, so think of it that way. So your friend Rahul or your friend Mayur has come and he's crashed into your BMW and decided to rename it. Then let's call it as RMMW. So they are like your food crops, right? So that is something that you can think of. Now I'm sure most of you will struggle. Ma'am, where is rice? Ma'am, where is wheat? Ma'am, where is this? Where is that? All of you will have a big trouble with this. Which is why what you would think of is, think about one place where rice is grown, okay? So let's assume that rice is grown in some coastal areas, right? Let's assume rice is growing in Kerala, or rice is growing in maybe, let's assume it's growing in Kerala. Now, for the climatic conditions, think about the climate of that area. I am sure you all know what kind of condition will be there in Kerala, right? We know that it's a coastal kind of temperature. That means that temperature is above 25 degrees, right? And we know that it will be very humid in Kerala, right? Coastal area. Very humid it will be. And of course, there is good amount of rainfall that will be there. Yes. And what kind of soil do we find? That will also help you remember soil that is there, which is alluvial soil, right? So now, of course, see, you don't need to write rice requires exactly 31 degrees to grow. Try to remember a range of temperature. So if it is high temperature, it is above 25 degrees, right? If you write above 25 degrees, that is there, then well and good. Yes? Ma'am, if any unknown state is there. Okay, what if you ask me, ma'am, do you know what is the exact climatic condition of Bihar? So of course, it's very tough for me to just say as it is, right? So in those conditions, you try to make up some ways. So these are the easy ones that you can remember. The other ones, you might have to come up with an other kind of mnemonic, right? Yes. Oh, that's very nice. Very good, Vansh. Very interesting mnemonic. वाह बेटे मौज पे गए, that is wheat, barley, mustard, peas, grams. Well done, well done. Yes. Dheeraj is like, ma'am, 15 to 40 degree in Bihar. Exactly. But again, it differs from winter, summer and everything, right? So you need to understand more. And yes, Radhe Shyam, I will. Don't worry. Okay. So this is for rice. Now again think about wheat, right? So wheat may again Ganga, Satluj plains, and you can take Punjab as an example. Now Punjab may we know that the temperature is pretty cool, right? So temperature is very cool, and which is why we know that normally it will not have too much rainfall. So rainfall above 100 that is there is more rainfall, right? So nobody is telling you exactly 75 centimeter or 80 centimeter. They're saying above 100, or you can say below 100, or you can say below 75. You can do something of that sort. Yes? Then of course we know that we have Jowar, which is normally there in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Now what kind of temperatures are there in Maharashtra and Karnataka? Moderate, right? Not too up there, not too down there. So moderate temperature is there. Moderate rainfall, it is somewhere in between. And we already know that these are places with loamy soil and alluvial soil. Very simple. Then you have maize, okay. Maize, again you take Karnataka as your example. What is there? Again, everything is moderate. Moderate rainfall, moderate temperature, old alluvial soil. So when you think about it, right? Yes, exactly. It came in option of only above 25 or below. Exactly. At all times understand. Now in your sample paper you got for maize. But maize they gave you all the details and they gave it to you properly and they told you it was kharif crop. It had 21 to 27 degrees Celsius. It had moderate rainfall. It is found in Karnataka, right? So they are giving you those things in detail so it's easy for you to identify. But at all times nobody would like exactly you tell me what is the temperature for maize. It doesn't work that way, which is why don't overcomplicate it saying 21 to 27. Even if you say above 25 degrees Celsius or between to 20 to 30 Celsius, see, it comes with how you write it. Don't say it is exactly 21 to 27. But if you say it is around, that means that you are giving a rough estimate, right? So the words you choose are very important while writing your answer. And when you prepare also, that is something that I would recommend. Now you move on to cotton, jute, coffee, tea. Cotton mein what did we learn, right? Cotton mein what did we learn? Cotton we learned that it grows on black soil, which is why it's also known as black cotton soil, right? So where all do you find black soil? This is also a way for you to remember soil. Mainly we find it in Maharashtra, right? We find it in Maharashtra, we find it in Madhya Pradesh, right? So more central part we find it. Now Maharashtra and everything, what happens is that again, moderate to high temperature is observed, light rainfall is there, right? And it of course requires black soil to grow because it is a kharif crop and it is a fiber crop. So one more thing is for these crops, if you are able to identify if they are kharif and rabi, right? Let me tell you that. If you know that if they are kharif or rabi, you will also, that's a trick I'll tell you, okay? That's not a very nice trick, but I'll tell you. Kharif may you know by default that they require a higher temperature. Rabi may by default you know that they require a moderate to low temperature. Then based on that temperature rainfall you will be able to find, right? So that is one way also of remembering on kharif and rabi crops. That makes it easy, right? Then of course we know we have pulses. Pulses and oil seed crops are there. It's not there in this, but I'll tell you anyway. Pulses that are there, some of the pulses, if you look at it, right, we know that some of the pulses which are there are rabi crops, yes, and we know that they would require a moderate temperature to grow, right? And if you think about it, right, we see that moderate temperature and their distribution of course differs from place to place. Again, in oil seed crops we know that oil seed crops can be both kharif or rabi, yes, and based on their things we know that the temperature requirement will vary. And pulses are grown because they are good protein content. Oil seed crops are grown because we get oil from them, right? Now oil seed crops, sugarcane, yes, important. Oil seed crops, learn few examples, it may come handy for you, right? Ma'am, sugarcane का given नहीं है. Next slide पे है बच्चा, so just wait, okay? Now let's move on, okay? Let's move on to jute, yes? So when you talk about jute, we know that jute is often known as the golden fiber because of its color. And again, when you think about jute, we see that normally in West Bengal, Bihar region, Assam, Odisha, eastern side pe it is there. Now in those sides, rainfall is pretty high, right? So we see that rainfall here is very high. think about West Bengal ka climate. It's pretty humid there, right? And we know that temperatures are also on the higher end. Yes? And we see here that it is well-drained, fertile soil. Okay? Yes, I will slow down a little more. Now, of course, like I said, all states may be tough. One or two states, and mainly, right? In each case, major producer is something that you should know. Okay? Major producer +1 is something I will recommend. Okay, I can see Royal Vanch is helping us out with a lot of mnemonics. So for those of you who want to take Royal Vanches, jab ped mein gaya. But okay, I'm not able to read a lot of it, but okay. Anyway, I will help you. I mean, you can read that out and that will help you. Okay, thank you so much. Very sweet of all of you, right? Very sweet. So now moving on to the next one, right? Pulses, bacha, it's not there, but I explained Chirayu. I've already explained. Yes, you will get it on Telegram. Don't worry. Then we have coffee and tea, which are beverage crops. I already told you coffee, tea, you think about your experience going to, maybe if you're from South India, you have visited, Karnataka, or you visited Coorg or wherever it may be, right? Or if you have gone to Assam, especially what is tea mainly, what is the most famous tea? Darjeeling tea that is there. No, we think about the common things that you know about tea. Darjeeling tea is said to be really good, right? Or we often say there's Assam tea that is popularly known, right? So Assam tea. So think about that way. That's so common. How we speak about it. It's there on, ads that come in the TV as well, right? So that is your easiest way of remembering. So you have Assam, which is for a very major producer of tea, followed by Tamil Nadu, Kerala. And for coffee, you think about it. You have Karnataka, right? If nothing, you think about me. Where is ma'am from? Ma'am is from Karnataka. That means coffee, right? Think about it that way. Easy ways in this. Yeah, you can take screenshot. Don't worry. Yes? So now, of course, as you know, right, in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, what climate? You have like a hot, wet climate, especially in Coorg and all, we see that temperatures have, there's a little more rainfall, right? And we know that it is again important, right? So we see that this is something wherein we observe that there is the climatic conditions that are there. Assam tea, again, more rainfall, well distributed, high rainfall, fertile. So this will be there. Ma'am loves, actually ma'am does not love coffee, ma'am loves tea, but okay, for you guys, ma'am loves coffee, right? Ma'am loves coffee, ma'am is from Karnataka, so coffee producer is Karnataka. Easy. Yes. I will speak Kannada towards the end, but if I have students from Karnataka, they may scold me because of my diction. Yes. So see, these are ways in which you learn. Now for your soil also, you try to make connections like this, right? Yes. Jute and cotton, yes, I've just taken it anyway. Now you have sugarcane, right? Now sugarcane pay, when you think about it, I will tell you one more way, alright? So sugarcane again, you have Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, which are all producers. Now how will you remember? Karnataka is also there. Now ma'am loves sugarcane. There is Sankranti. There we give sugarcane, or we have sugarcane as one of the prasad, or we use it, right? So we have sugarcane which is there for Sankranti also. Yes, think about it that way. Tropical, subtropical. So basically hot and humid climates, moderate rainfall, different kinds of soil. Very simply. Yes, I'm from UP and I saw it. Amazing. Yes, very good. Now, of course, we have rubber. Rubber again, Kerala is your easiest example, right? So for those of you who are from Kerala, so my grandparents live in Kerala, right? And there, if you see, when I used to go visit them, there used to be this, hilly place. It's not technically like a hill, but a high land where you would observe that lots of, trees would be there, rubber trees would be there, and they would be collecting the rubber. So when you are thinking of this, don't think of it ki exam mein they will ask me, so I will remember it this way. No. Try to relate it, because these are all places that you visit, right? So there are so many places that you would have visited, you would have seen in some movie, right? Or you would have seen in some cartoon. Try to keep those relations so that it becomes easy to study. Yes? Yes, UP is also an example. Very good, very good. Okay. 8:25 time. Oh, I'll be faster now. I got a little carried away. So now, of course, we have agricultural reforms, right? So now, of course, as we know, yes, Barnali. So now, of course, when when we talk about agricultural reforms, we know that as much as we know that agriculture is practiced, there needs to be a way in which agriculture should be practiced, right? Which is why over a period of time, because so many people are dependent on agriculture, there were agricultural reforms which were brought about by the government to develop the agricultural sector. So now, of course, we have technological reforms and we have institutional reforms. Now, technological reforms means that we use modern technology, modern equipment to increase productivity, right? And we have institutional reforms where we focus on land ownership, credit, crops, subsidies, so on and so forth, right? So now, of course, when you talk about these agricultural reforms, we know that technological reforms revolve around green revolution, and it also revolves around Operation Flood to maximize the production of agriculture. But they were not very sustainable methods, which is why they needed to be revisited. Which is why now, of late, what was happening is, along with the institutional reforms of getting rid of zamindari system, having land consolidated and promoting collective farming, we see that the government has involved in empowering the farmers to know more about how to go about it, giving them with certain subsidies and minimum support price so that they make a lot of profit, and along with that, providing them with bank loans, right, and crop insurance in case if their crops do get damaged, and of course to provide them with effective credit cards that are there. Now, along with this, to promote the interest into agriculture and agricultural research, we see that there has been establishment of various institutions where people can conduct research to promote agriculture and to find new methodologies that can be implemented. Now, what is the significance of why are we learning about this chapter in the first place? Why, ma'am, so much to learn? I can just not learn about it, right? What is my benefit? Now, the thing is, agriculture provides a lot of food for a people, right? That's the primary economic activity that is taking place. Now, it forms the raw materials for various other industries. And we see that about in 2010, 2011, almost half of the country's workforce was employed in agriculture, right? And it has an important contribution to the country's GDP, but over time it has been declining, right? Which is also a very scary thing. Now, we see that agriculture and its contribution also works towards food security, and if there's not proper food security, it can be affected, right? So it's important to secure food, otherwise without food people will not be able to survive. So now with this, I'm moving on to minerals and energy resources, right? So very simple and easy chapter. But again, in this particular chapter, there is a lot of memory-based things, right? Now, in this particular chapter, also identification, and you will have some map work that will be coming, mainly when you are looking at other ways of, when you are looking at nuclear power plants and when you are looking at some of the coal mines. So you will have a few map work coming in, but again, like I said, not focusing on that right now. We'll be doing it much later, right? So in this particular chapter, we are learning about what are minerals. We are going to be learning about its occurrence, classification of minerals, and understanding conservation. Then we will move on to energy resources that are there, where we will learn about conventional, non-conventional, and finally understanding and learning about how we can conserve energy sources, right? So what are minerals? Very simple and easy, right? So minerals are homogeneous. They are naturally occurring substances which have a definite composition, right? And so their chemical composition and internal structure that is there is, definite. Now, they normally occur in the form of ores, all right? And we see that their mode of occurrence of minerals could be, we find them in various places. Either we will find them in the cracks of certain rocks which are either, igneous rocks or metamorphic rocks, right? Or we may find them in the beds or layers of sedimentary rocks, right? So either in the cracks or in the beds, yes? Or sometimes we will find them on the valley floors, sometimes as a residual mass, right? Or on the ocean or water beds, like in the case of magnesium and so on, right? Now, when you talk about minerals, they can be broadly classified into three, right? So we see that minerals can be classified into metallic minerals, non-metallic minerals, and minerals which are used as energy sources. Now, your metallic minerals are those which consist of metals. Hence the name metallic, right? Non-metallic, literally, the name suggests that they do not contain metals. Now, those which use minerals as their energy sources are basically those like your coal, petroleum, and natural gas. Now, of course, if you see, right, your metallic minerals can be further categorized into ferrous minerals, non-ferrous minerals, and precious minerals, right? Ferrous, again, think back to your chemistry. Ferrous means they have iron, right? Non-ferrous means they do not have iron. Precious means think about money. That means your gold, your silver, your platinum. They are all examples of the same, right? Then of course, we need to know more on these ferrous minerals, right? Now, ferrous minerals may very important is iron ore, okay? Star mark iron ore in your textbook. If you have your textbook, put a star mark. Hello, hi Satvik, hello. Yes, so I hope Satvik you have star marked iron ore in your textbook. Now, iron ore forms the backbone of industrial development, right? And we know that India is abundant. It has lots of iron ore sources. Now, when you talk about what form of iron ore is there, you have magnetite and you have hematite, right? So, these are the two sources that are there. Yes, magnetite and hematite. Now again, if you want to remember magnetite, Magneto who was there in X-Men, right? What could he do? He could attract the iron, he was lifting things, right? Moving big stadiums and stuff. So think of it that way, magnetite, Magneto, very, finest iron ore that is there, right? And we know that this has almost 70% of iron in it. Now, of course, we know that this is very valuable. It has a lot of magnetic properties and it's used in the electrical industry. Now, when you talk about hematite, this is also something which has about 50 to 60% iron, and we see that it is considerably used. It is a considerably used industrial ore. Okay. How to memorize belt names? Again, think about it this way. Hematite, think of Hema. Hema is from Odisha, right? So Hema is from Odisha, but she also has family in Jharkhand. Okay, that means Jharkhand and Odisha are your places which have high hematite content. Hema is from Odisha, whose parents are from Jharkhand, which is why we have hematite in these places, right? And of course, here when you talk about it, you have Mayurbhanj, which is one of the famous mines that are there. Now, along with this, we also see that we have the Durg, Bastar, Chandrapur belt that is there, which will export iron to Japan and China, South Korea, sorry, right? So, to South Korea, we see that the iron is exported here. And along with that, Maharashtra belt, and we also see that the Chitradurga, Chikamagaluru belt is there in the south. So, if you need to remember these two, make connections like this. Hematite, Hema, Odisha, Jharkhand, right? Very simple, easy way to remember. Now, moving on to the next one, which is manganese, right? Now, when you talk about manganese, we again see that manganese is used for manufacturing of steel. Manganese, steel, yes? And now we know that nearly 10 kgs of manganese is necessary for producing steel. Also used for bleaching powder, insecticide, so on and so forth. Now looking at copper, we see that copper is malleable, ductile, good conductor of electricity and heat. So used in electronics. So in these cases, you need to have an example. So you need to know what is their function, right? What do we need these minerals for? So in this case also for manganese, learn their minerals and learn two places where it is found. 2 to 3 places I would say. So in this case again you have Jharkhand, Odisha, right? And you have Goa, Karnataka. Now again, as much as possible, if you are able to remember the commonalities, it would be great, right? So here also you have Jharkhand, Odisha. Here also you have it. So you have two places where you will find iron and manganese also. Now again we see that Jharkhand is here. So again, like you see, Jharkhand is a rich source where we are finding so many minerals, right? Now manganese and iron were ferrous minerals. But here we see that these are non-ferrous minerals. So copper is a non-ferrous mineral. Similarly, when you look at bauxite, we see that bauxite is basically formed by the decomposition of rocks that are rich in aluminium. So from the bauxite on processing, we will get aluminium. And aluminium though we use at home only, right? So we see that aluminium is something that we find in our home. We see that there are, vessels which are made out of aluminium, and we see that they are, good conductors and are good malleability also. Again, if you see Jharkhand, Odisha is common here, right? You have Rajasthan, Gujarat which is common. Try to find the commonalities to remember. Now moving on to non-metallic minerals. Non-metallic minerals may we have mica, right? So mica is made up of a series of plates or leaves, yes? And they can come in different color. Now we see that mica is the most indispensable mineral which is used in the electric fields, okay? Which has excellent dielectric strength, or basically you can say that they have good insulating properties such that they are used in the electric industry, right? Okay. Jharkhand is here, Rajasthan, Gujarat is here, right? Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, commonalities matter, right? So now, of course, let's have a look at conservation of minerals. Yes. So now what I will do is I will wind up this chapter and then give you a 5-minute break. Okay. I need 10 more minutes to finish this chapter. Yes, 10 more minutes and then I will give you a break. All right. So now, of course, when we have a look at this, right, we see that conservation is necessary. Because formation of minerals takes thousands and thousands of years, right? They take so much time to form. And of course, it's not like they are indefinite. No, it's not like if you keep using, they will keep coming. No, they take thousands of years to form. So the rate at which they are getting utilized is definitely, or the rate at which we are utilizing them is so much more faster than the rate at which they form. Which is why if we overutilize them, there will be no more. Right? Which is why we need to make sure that we plan the usage of these minerals in a sustainable manner. We start using non-renewable sources stop using non-renewable and replace it with renewable. Stop unnecessarily wasting in mining, right? And of course, try to recycle metals from scrap. Which is why we are now going to move on to the second part, right? So, simple definition for mica. Mica is basically, it is a mineral, right? Which is made up of plate and leaf. Yes, and we see that it is basically used in the electric industry. You can define it like that. Alright. Eutrophication, bacha, see, it's not in resources, but eutrophication mainly happens wherein you know that there is when the chemicals, there's runoff of chemicals into the water, we see that this particular thing, when it goes to the water, it will affect the quality of water, right? So we see that there's algal bloom, the quality effects, that is what we mean by it. Okay. Indispensable means it is one of the most indispensable. That means something we cannot let go of, right? So that is what we mean by this. Yes? So now let's move on to energy resources. Pushpa Mishra, which part exactly can you tell me that you need to explain in Hindi? I will do that part once again. Okay? So now we have energy resources, right? So what do we mean by energy resources? Energy resources are those resources wherein we see that it is necessary for human activities, or they provide energy for human activities. Now we see that there are two kinds: conventional, non-conventional. Now conventional are those that we do every day, that we use commonly, right? So we use this for a long period of time, or we've been using commonly for a long period of time, like coal, petrol, natural gas, and so on. Non-conventional are those that we've just started using, right? So they are newer in terms of their usage. So solar energy, wind energy, nuclear energy are something. Conventional matlab purana, non-conventional matlab naya, right? Very simple. Now we have conventional energy sources. Now I know the font looks very chotu, right? Very, very small it looks, but I will explain this, okay? So here energy source pe conventional, we have coal, petroleum, and we have natural gas, right? Now here I am going to write down the key pointers, okay? Now we see that coal is something which is the most abundantly found fossil fuel, right? And we know that it is used for power generation. Now types of coal we have lignite, bituminous coal, and anthracite, and we have different degrees of coal based on their color, amount of moisture present, which also determines the quality of coal, right? Now we know that lignite coal is normally found in Tamil Nadu. Gondwana coal, that is there, is normally found, in the Mahanadi near Mahanadi, Godavari, and of course in the Damodar Valley. Then you have tertiary coal, which you find in Nagaland. And I have already told you how to remember these places by making connects to it, right? And yes, anthracite gold that is there is top notch, right? Now when you talk about petroleum, we know that petroleum that is there is again a fuel that is used, right? And this fuel that we use, we mainly use it as lubricants for machinery, right? And we also know that it plays a key role in, we use it for cars and functioning, using them. And along with that, we use it for synthetics, textiles, fertilizers, and so on. So Mumbai port, Gujarat port. So here think about the ports that are there wherein we obtain petroleum, because you get it from drilling, right? So that's how you get it. Now, natural gas is something that you get along, or it's found in association with petroleum, right? So when you filter out the oil that you get, along with petroleum, you also get natural gas, right? So now we see that it is cheaper and it is a non-pollutant, right? And comparatively non-pollutant, okay? And we see that normally it is used as raw materials. Again, Krishna Godavari Basin is an example. Okay, so somebody was asking me, ma'am, can you explain? See, bacha, if I go into the details of it, it might take a while, right? Not exactly, no. Methane, normally what we get is from biogas, right? Natural gas composition is quite different, okay? It's mainly made up of where it's a various other type of hydrocarbon that is there. Yes? All right. So now, of course, moving on. IB bacha, please type in English. It will take me a very long time for me to read that. Okay? Yes. All right. Yes, we do, Kaushik. We have it every day. So that was about our conventional sources. Now moving on to non-conventional, we have solar, wind, nuclear, we have tidal, and we have biogas, right? So in solar energy, as the name suggests, we use sunlight, or we utilize or we harness the energy from the sun. And what do we use? We use solar panels, right? Now, solar panels are basically these long structures which have something known as a photovoltaic cell. So, it has a photovoltaic cell which has the ability to harness the sun's energy, and it will convert it into electricity, right? Now, in our country especially, there is high potential for solar energy, and if you see, there are some of these, lights which are, powered by solar. Some of the lamps that are there are powered by solar, and they get recharged in that manner, right? Then you have wind energy that is there, wherein we use the wind or the movement of the wind to generate electricity, which is why you see there are wind turbines. I'm sure all of you would have seen these wind turbines and windmills, right? So wind turbines mainly, not windmills, but wind turbines, right? And we see that the largest wind farm is located in Tamil Nadu. So the movement, so basically when the wind goes, the movement of the turbine will again generate electricity, right? So now, of course, as you know, we have nuclear energy, which again is used by nuclear energy, which is harnessed by using radioactive elements, right? So we know that when these radioactive elements undergo fission or fusion, right, we see that this gives us the nuclear energy. Uranium, thorium, they are all used for this, and we have nuclear power plants that are there in Jharkhand and Rajasthan. Now you have tidal energy and biogas. Tidal energy, as the name suggests, is from the tides, right? And we see that this will convert water. So from the movement of the tides, we see that this movement of water will then convert it into energy. And normally this is not something that is used per se in a lot of places here, but normally in India, in the Gulf of Khambat, Gulf of Kutch, especially more along the coastal lines, this is very ideal to use, right? And last, of course, we have biogas that is there, wherein, of course, it's a kind of biofuel which we get by using cattle dung, right? So we use the cattle dung, we process it, and we get biogas in the form of methane, and we often call it as gobar gas in rural areas, right? So that is what we mean by it. Now, of course, it is very, very important that is there, right? That we need to conserve our energy sources. So over usage or over exploitation of our conventional sources are also not very good, which is why we know that a lot of the conventional sources are used to power thermal plants and, of course, to generate the electricity as of this point, which is why to make sure that we turn off lights when we leave the room, right? Or unplug devices when they are not in use, making sure that we use devices that are energy efficient, right? And of course, making sure that we use public transport and make sure that we go green. Yes, automated vehicles and using non-conventional or switching to non-conventional sources, right? So that is what you mean by it. What does photo means light? What does voltaic mean? See, photovoltaic is a type of cell which will convert solar energy into electricity, right? So that is what we mean by this. Now, of course, before I go ahead, Difference between tidal and wind energy. See, tidal is basically you use the tides of or the waves of the sea, right? The ups, the ebbs and flow that is there. Based on that movement, you are able to generate, right? You're able to generate electricity. What is a turbine? A turbine is a structure that will look something like this, right? Windmills are structures that you find naturally that we have built. Inspired by that, you have these wind turbines that will rotate, right? So they are slightly different, a little more efficient, that is there. Ma'am, non-conventional energy में nuclear is slightly polluting. See, nuclear में there are risks which are associated, but when you think about the usage of it, the pollution in terms of, say if you use it as a fuel or something, that is very less, but on the offset, if you think about it, using radioactivity is something that was, very dicey, which is why nuclear energy is still something that they are figuring out how to use. Nuclear may not like we'll use nuclear energy to run our car and bike, but more on an industrial level, how to purpose that, right? And to avoid dependency on coal. Yes? Chapter 5 on BYJU'S? Yes. Now I'm going to move on to manufacturing industries, but before that, we are going to take a short break. Right, so I'm going to give you a small break here, and after that we will resume at 8:50. Everyone quickly take a break right now. Hello everybody, we are back. You guys wanted a 5-minute break, so I thought I'll give you a 5-minute break. I said 8:50, but 5 minutes. Some of you are like, ma'am, nahi ho raha hai mujhse, and you've gone off class only. Everyone who went away, please come back also, right? So everyone come back, we will quickly wind up, yes? Now I know some of you, for you all it's dinner time, so again like I said, I wouldn't mind if you had dinner as you are studying. So you can keep listening to me and come back and you can go ahead and do it. Study shorts. See, if you are not very confident about geography and you have specific doubts in certain places, I would recommend you check the one shot. Otherwise, for an overview of some of the important concepts, this would be good enough, right? But again, like I said, it's based on you, right? If you feel ki you need an in-depth concept explanation, you can check the pre-board sessions or you can check the one shots. I would recommend the one shots mostly, right? One shot. Okay. Ma'am, blueprint of sample paper, same for board paper. See, blueprint that is there. So, type of questions, probability of questions are higher in some cases, which is why what we do is we try to analyze different sample papers and we try to tell you what are the most what kind of questions you will be able to come. मैं कौन सी subjects पढ़ाती हूँ? I mainly teach biology. I help you out with geography as well, right? Yes, all right. So that is in economics, right? IG only, so that we will do economics, right? Okay, all right. So now we're going to get started with manufacturing industries, okay? Now again, our aim is to get started with it. Yes, Tanishk, we are starting. So in manufacturing industries, let me tell you, right? So again, like I said, right? So in manufacturing industries, you need to learn about the importance of manufacturing, right? So importance of manufacturing and why we should have manufacturing industries. What is the basis of setting up manufacturing industries, right? Then of course, you need to go on and understand about how industries are classified, because they can ask you questions based on this also. Then of course we have agro based and mineral based, for which you need to have some basic understanding. But the thing is, if you know your agriculture chapter and if you know your minerals chapter properly, this part becomes simple, right? Now of course now one thing you need to understand, industrial pollution and environmental degradation is again very important, and they will ask you questions again on the basis of this. So study this part properly. So let's get started with manufacturing industries. So when we talk about manufacturing industries, right, we see that these are industries which produce goods at large quantities after processing it from raw materials, and they convert it into valuable products. So easy definition is manufacturing industries are those industries which convert raw materials into valuable products, right? Now we see that this right here comes in the secondary sector, right? So this is a secondary sector that is there which is involved. Now, why is manufacturing important, right? Now, I will put a star mark here because these kind of questions are normally asked. Why is manufacturing industries necessary? They are the backbone for development. That and this, they will give you statements, and it is necessary to understand, right? So, in this case, if you think about it, right, it helps in modernizing agriculture. It reduces the dependency of people on the agricultural sector. It provides more job opportunities. So, if people are only dependent on agricultural sector, then they feel like, you know, the amount of income that they get would be relatively less, right? So in this case, we see that it also gives you opportunities in secondary and tertiary sectors, and thereby this will tackle unemployment and poverty. Now, along with this, if you manufacture more goods, right? Imagine I have Ganga Industries, right? So imagine this is my own manufacturing industry that I have decided to open. Now, along with this, I would have employed maybe 30 people to run Ganga Industry, right? So I am giving employment opportunities. What the money we would make out of this, that would be their salaries, right? And along with this, I will also be able to sell it. I will be able to export it. I can sell it to maybe Netherlands. I will give it to Ireland. I will give it to different places. I will sell my product, and thereby I will also be able to trade. So people will be interested in what I'm making in Ganga Industries, and they'll be like, hey, we like what you make in India. We want some of it in our country also. So we will export, and thereby by exporting, what are we doing? We are making sure that we are bringing in foreign exchange, right? Yes, exactly. See, the thing is officially what we are doing. So, upar se we will go through that part. That's all, Bharat. Don't get worried, okay? I just want to cover it entirely. So, I will look at that part from on top, right? So, we will look at the points and go jaldi. Wherever possibility of questions are going to come, I told you I will spend my time there. And this part especially will be asked, okay? Importance, right? What is it needed? That will come for sure. Now moving on to industrial location. What are the things that come to our mind, or why should we have industries, right? Or how do I decide that I want to have, how do we decide where a manufacturing industry opens? Now, like I told you, I am from Bangalore, right? Now, if I am from Bangalore and I live maybe wherever, I live in MG Road or wherever it may be, shall I decide that right next to my house I have an empty plot, I'll open one manufacturing industry? Does it work that way? Absolutely not. Because there are some physical factors that matter, right? And there are some human factors, right? So first and foremost, when you talk about physical factors, it is about how the accessibility of things, okay? So let's assume this is my Ganga industry and I've decided to set it up in Bangalore. And for this, I am going to make beautiful tops, okay? I'm going to make beautiful t-shirts in Ganga industry. Now to make t-shirt, I need cotton. Now, cotton is not available as a raw material in Bangalore. Now, what I need, I'll have to get cotton all the way from wherever cotton is grown, on northern parts of Karnataka or from Maharashtra. I have to get cotton. I have to spend money in getting the cotton from there to here. So, raw materials, it should be, this is not very ideal, not very economical, right? So, first and foremost, industrial locations that are there are influenced by availability of raw materials, right? So, very, very important to understand. This is just there. See guys, like I said, you focus on what I am teaching. Don't get worried about what is there next to it, right? So don't get worried about things like that. I will teach you what is necessary. So everybody please trust me on this, okay? All right. So now moving on, we know that availability is very important. Now next thing is I also need to make sure that I have people who will help me out, right? So now the thing is I have decided, okay, now I decided, oh, you know what, this is not going to work. I need to maybe go to a place where my raw materials are available. But then again, it should not be that I am the only one there. I have my raw materials, but I have no money, right? I need at least maybe 10,000 rupees to set up my industry. And in my savings, I have only 100 rupees. So capital, right? That means how much money are you going to invest in the industry, right? So money is also important. Now, okay, I got money, I got, raw material, I am good to go, right? But now, I have set up my industry so far away, or I'm selling t-shirts to a place where they don't wear t-shirts. So in this case, when you think about it, right? So coming back, I have money and I have raw materials, yes? But at the same time, I also need power, right? I need power to make my machines function, right? So in this case, even availability of power, whether it's in the form of electricity or whatever it may be, it is necessary, right? And at the same time, I need people to help me out. I alone cannot be like, yay, I'll make my industry. No, that doesn't work that way. Now, assuming that all these things come into the picture, I must make sure that I follow government policies, because it's not like it's my own house and I'm just deciding what to do, right? So as you know, the government policies and government policies must be followed, and along with that, the market, right? So I should be selling my products to a place wherein I am able to get profit, right? So here we see that is extremely necessary. Sita, 6 p.m. every day, 10th grade ka class is there. Simple, right? Now somebody asked me, ma'am, how is manufacturing industry and agriculture going hand in hand? Your primary sector is your agriculture, right? Your secondary sector that is there is your manufacturing industry. Now I told you that your manufacturing industry is able, what does it do? It manufactures goods. From where to where? From your raw materials to where it will make it into something valuable. Now tell me, where is your raw materials coming from? Where are your raw materials coming from? For those of you who asked me this question, where are the raw materials coming from? I need the answer to this. Yes, lucky lad, you can ask me your doubt, bacha. Send it in the chat. Everyone. Khushi is like, ma'am, Kushi, why are you crying? You were saying, ma'am, you're ignoring me, but I think I missed your doubt. That's all. Just send me your doubt. Yes, exactly. It's coming from your agriculture, right? Or it will be coming from your minerals that are there. Yes? So your manufacturing industries that are there are getting your raw materials. Now, if your agriculture, if your primary sector improves, you are making more of raw materials, then of course your secondary sector is there. Or if your secondary sector creates a demand, oh my God, you know what? I got one 10 kg demand for, my shirts. That means I need that much amount of cotton. And that way I will be facilitating my primary sector as well, right? So this is very, very important. Now, Anshul, yes, I got started with it. So I'm very sorry. Yes, secondary sector is also known as the industrial sector. Very good. Somebody said, ma'am, very important question, but I missed your very important question. So can you send it to me once again? Bhumi, not ignoring everybody, just that we have a lot to cover and a very less time. So I want to make sure that I wind it up at least by 10 o'clock, right? Okay. Ma'am, how did manufacturing or what led to manufacturing? So see, first and foremost, if you go to the history of it, right, we know that it's the industrial revolution, wherein we know that there was a lot of dependency of of machines. When the dependency of machines increased, they realized that we could use this to our benefit, right? And that's how the manufacturing industries came into the picture. Yes, this is a very important question. Exactly. So, what is the basis of setting up a manufacturing industry? What are the parameters, right? Easily this you will get for 4 marks, or you will get this for a 3-mark short answer one, right? So that is something that you need to do. Okay, so yes, we have everything in this class. Now you have classification of industries, okay? So you can classify industries that are there, which is based on raw material, right? So based on raw material, where are you getting your raw material from? Are you getting from agriculture or are you getting from minerals, right? So based on this, if you see, we have agro-based and mineral-based. Very simple and easy. Agro means agriculture, right? Mineral means from your minerals, right? So like your iron, steel and all of that. Now, secondary sector is not the backbone of our country, it is the primary sector, right? Normally we say that. Then of course we have based on the main role, right? Is it a basic or a key industry, or is it a consumer industry? So if it is a main or a key industry, it means that it supplies raw materials. So if I am a mining company, Aishwarya Mining, right? Which ideally I should not have as a teacher, but imagine I have Aishwarya mining facility or something, and I am the one who gets these ores, and I do the mining activity and I provide, right? So that is something that we do. And of course we have like the iron and steel industry. Then of course, as we know, right, we know that consumer, at the end of the day, when you talk about the clothing, like Ganga Industries is ready to wear clothing, that is a consumer industry. Yes. Agglomeration economies, yes. So basically, it's not there on the slide, but agglomeration economies are nothing but your chain of cities that are there which act as markets, right? So at the end of the day, if you see, why is it that these industries are helping the economy grow? Because of course in the urban areas there's a lot of consumption that happens, a lot of consumerism, that's a huge market that is available, right? So that is what we understand by it. And why is industrialization dependent on urbanization? Because the more urbanization takes place, there is a need for more services, need for more goods that are there, right? And of course we know that at the end of the day, if that is created, then there is going to be a demand for goods. So more industries will be set up, and along with that, more employment opportunities as well, right? Yes, all right. At this moment, sector 3, or that is our service sector, is contributing more to the GDP of our country, right? Yes. Ma'am is not replying to your question, Khushi, because bacha, this is not related to what I am teaching, and it may, we are very short on time right now, no? So I will answer it towards the end. Now moving on to capital investment. How much paisa am I getting, right? So am I setting up a small scale industry or a large scale industry? So if it is a small scale industry, then I will have very few workers working with very less technology and capital. So like your small scale rice mills, small scale rice mills, silk weaving and so much more. Large scale are those huge industries which are there, which will have so many machines, so many people which are there working together. So large investment. Now, based on ownership, that is there, right? So, based on ownership, you have public sector, private sector, joint sector, cooperative sector. Oh, ma'am, how? Very easy, okay? So public, think about it. Public sector means it is owned by the government, right? It is owned by the government. Now, private means it is private, like how you have private accounts. That means only the individual can see. It's my private account. So it's owned by an individual. So example here is Tata. While in the case of public sector, it's BHEL. You have HAL also, which is an example. Then you have cooperative sector, right? Cooperative pe to you think about Amul only. Amul mein you have the local communities, or you have the producers who give the raw material, and you have the people who are involved in manufacturing coming together. They work together, right? And then you have joint sector, which is run by public and private sectors together. Both of them together will give you the joint sector, right? Yes. Now, some of you are asking me that, ma'am, which chapter is going on? This is nothing but it is manufacturing industries, right? So now, of course, these are parts which I will go through a little faster, where we have agro-based and mineral-based. So in agro-based, we have textile industry, where we know that it is a very highest value, or it gives you from end to end, it gives you highest value. You have cotton textile industry, wherein you know that cotton is manufactured as a large scale. And we know that these industries also provide for chemicals and dyes. Now, of course, we have jute and sugar industries. So jute textiles again use jute to make sure, and we go ahead with different products, or we make a lot of different products with jute. And again, sugarcane industries form about 60% of the mills in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and it's a cooperative sector, right? Now, when you talk about iron and steel, we know that iron and steel industry forms it is the basic industry which provides the raw materials that are there, right? And we know that this is super important for all the metal-based industries that are there. Aluminium smelting is basically how we get aluminium from bauxite. Then we have chemical industries, which are small-scale industries from which we get fertilizers, all our, sulfuric acid and all those things we get from here. Automobile industry for your cars and bikes. Then you have the informational technology, right? So informational technology that is there basically includes your electronics. Yes. So in this case, when you think about it, all your electronics, telephone, mobiles, your telecommunication networks, all of them are part of this. And we know that in Bangalore especially, we know that it is the electronic capital of our country, right? Now moving on to industrial pollution, okay? So when you talk about industrial pollution, this is very, very important again. So when you talk about industrial pollution, it is the pollution that directly originates from industries, which is why it is called as industrial pollution. Now, it is the most common source of pollution around the world. And we see that industries use up raw materials, process them, and then there are finished, they process them, and then you get finished or high value goods. But at the end of the day, we see that there are a lot of wastes which are produced, which pollutes the air, water, or soil. Now, when you talk about air pollution, right? So, in the case of air pollution, we see that air pollution is mainly caused because of the release of gases like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter that causes air pollution. And we also know that at the end of the day, there is contribution to acid rain as well, right? And this can have an adverse effect on plants, animals, and so on. Now, along with this, we see that one of the major causes can lead to chemical leaks, like in the case of Bhopal gas tragedy that affected so many lives, right? Then we have water pollution, wherein there is impurities that are present in water that makes it unfit for drinking, right? So, in this case, right, we see that normally a lot of chemicals like iron, steel slags, and we see that paper, pulp, and all of that is released in these industries, especially it gets released into the water, the effluents, and it pollutes it. Then you have thermal pollution. Now, thermal pollution, we see that there is thermal pollution of water, where hot water. So here it is not an effluent, it is not a chemical, but here we see that it is the type, it's hot water or cold water. Now imagine in a normal water, you suddenly introduce very hot water. It will affect the living organisms, right? So in this case, we see that it also affects living organisms as well, which is why before in thermal industries especially, the water needs to be cooled, or the water needs to be, made into a moderate temperature before it is released. And last but not the least, we have noise pollution, where we see that the industrial, so normally we see that construction activities, right? We see that electric drills, generators, all of them also tend to cause noise pollution as well, right? So this is something that you all need to understand. So with this, everybody, we are done with chapter number 6. And we are left with the last chapter, that is chapter number 7. Now after this, I will give you a chotu break because after this we will be doing PYQs. But let me tell you that now we have discussed everything, that part of it will move very fast, okay? So everyone, I hope you are finding this class helpful. Yes? Are you all able to find this class helpful? Are you all feeling good about geography now? Thoda better ho gaya hai. Confidence level has become maybe ma'am 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, right? Tell me, what is your confidence level out of 5? What is your confidence level right now before I finish this chapter? Oh, chotu break. Yeah, chotu break is there. Feeling confident. Yes, confidence is up. Ma'am, menti hai kya? Zarur menti hai. Sita, agar ab it is 2.5, over time it is going to become 3.5, 4.5, 5.5. So those of you who are all feeling 2, 2.5, I am there with you. We will do more and more classes and you will feel more confident, okay? And we will be there, don't worry. Yes? Full confidence. That's all I need to hear. What more do I need, right? Yes. So I am there with you. We are there with you, right? So with that, guys, let's get started. Okay, the last chapter that is there, which is lifelines of national economy. Now, in this particular chapter, you need to understand about transportation. So what are the two lifelines? They are transportation and communication. Yes. And we know that these two have ultimately benefited for trade as well. Now in transportation, you have roadways, railways, pipelines, waterways and airways. Now one thing that I will tell you is, in waterways, remember all the ports, right? So we know that there is the oldest port, the deepest port. So you have all these different kinds of ports, right? So these ports are necessary to remember. Yes? Because that part of it is not there right now, which is why I'm just letting you know. And of course, in communication, we need to understand about personal communication and mass communication and learn and understand more about trade. Yes? So let's understand transportation first. Now, when you talk about transportation, right? So transportation, simple, right? Transportation is something that is not new word to us. What is transport? And you go from one place to another, right? And if something helps you go from one place to another, that is transport. But in this way, when we talk about transportation, how do we define it, right? So basically, it means that people and goods are moved from one place to another. Now, how can you go from one place to another? You can go from air, you can go through water, or you can go through land, right? You can take the roads. Now, the thing why transport is necessary is because effective transportation allows in the movement of goods. And if goods are moved at a fast pace, right? So if the goods are moved at a faster pace, it also enables for more and more of, transporting it to different parts, which also helps in accessibility of these goods. That means that it also boosts the economy. Right? So transportation along with communication bridges a lot of barriers, which promotes for more interaction with a wider area, more diverse kind of cultures of groups, which promotes socio-economic growth, right? Which is why when you say that communication and transport are lifelines of the national economy, what do we mean by this? We say that they are the lifelines of national economy simply because they bridge a lot of gaps. And when they bridge a lot of gaps, we see that facilitating, trade, facilitating export, import becomes easy. And thereby this boosts the national economy, right? So now when you talk about land, you have roadways, pipelines, railways. Waterways, we have inland and overseas waterways. And in airways, of course, we have domestic airways and international airways, right? So yes. Now let's move on to understanding about roadways, right? So what is roadways? Roadways are basically a form of land transport, wherein goods, passengers, people, they are all able to travel short, medium or longer distances easily, right? Now we see that India has the second largest road network and a total of 62.15 lakhs as of 2021-2022. Now this is very important when we talk about the Golden Quadrilateral Superhighway, because this is a very beautiful system or a network of highways that connects India's 4 top metropolitan cities, that is Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai and Mumbai, and it forms this quadrilateral in shape, right? And we see that there are various highway projects that are undergoing, and it is regulated by National Highway Authority of India. So you should know about the Golden Quadrilateral Highways. They can ask you MCQ based questions or short answers based on this. Now in roadways, we see that there are various kinds of it, right? There are various types of roads. We see that there's national highway, state highway, there are district roads and there are village roads, right? So what is a national highway? Look at the name. It is nation, right? That means it will connect all your state capitals, okay? They will connect all your state capitals, your major roads, right? And they will connect all your industrial and tourist centers. While your state highways will again connect your state capital with your district headquarters and some important cities within the state. Yes? Now in district roads, again it see that it connects your state highways to all the different parts of the district. Village roads are your basically your roads that you find in the village that connects your neighboring town and village, right? Yes, your school is, ma'am, school is at a district highway. Yes, ma'am, why is it that we do not have roadways for traveling to different countries? Because see, when you move into a different country, we know that especially through roadways, the process becomes much tougher, right? So when you have to cross borders or when you have to cross the border or the border of your country and move into the next, there are a lot of permissions that are needed, which is why most often than not, airways are preferred because of the checking and the exclusive process that goes into it. Very extensive process that goes into it to making sure that it goes in sooner, right? So roadways are preferred, right? And if you compare, roadways for shorter distances are more ideal, and if you are going with a big bunch of goods, we see that it will be there, right? Okay. Now moving on to border roads, right? Now border roads is also something that they may ask you. So border roads that are there are normally, they construct and maintain roads in the bordering areas, right? So in the border of a country between two places, there would be border roads which are there and they need to be regulated, right? So that is something we see that a special organization takes care of. Comes under secondary sector, no. School is a service, right? So it will be tertiary. Yes, I will post it on Telegram. Now moving on to railways, right? So in railways, again, we see that this is for mainly carrying huge loads of bulky goods, right? And we see that they again help in traveling short distances and long distances. Now again, this question, how many of you have seen CBSE sample paper where they have asked you what is the distribution pattern of railways, right? How many of you remember this question? It was a good 7-mark question, right? We know that problems faced by Indian Railways, or basically to rephrase this, it is the distribution pattern. So this is important to learn. Distribution pattern, disadvantages or problems faced by railways is also, like when you talk about railways, right? When you talk about the problems, how people travel without ticketing, how they pull the alarms unnecessarily, burglary, robbery also happens. So those are things that you need to know. Yes, distribution needs to be there. All right. Now when you talk about it, we know that especially in the plains, they are densely populated, and we know that normally railways are constructed there. But since there are a lot of rivers, there is need for construction of their bridges, right? Now in hilly regions, in the peninsular region, right? So if you look at the hilly areas, we see that normally in the valleys, we make, the tunnels and we construct the railway. But in Himalayan mountain region, it is very difficult, right? And it is not, and it's also not very safe to construct it, right? Which is why in most of those regions, again, people prefer to travel by road. So if you've ever been on a vacation to some of the hilly regions, after a point, if you see, it's very tough, right? It is very tough to go by train or flight, which is why we normally prefer roadways in such areas. Yes. And again, on sandy plains, it is very difficult to go. Now again, if you see, We have pipelines also that help in transport and distribution of certain fluids. Now these fluids are mainly crude oil and natural gas, which otherwise if it is transported, no, and if say something goes wrong, they are flammable and they are a little dangerous, right? Which is why normally we see that these pipelines are used to transport, or they get converted into slurry and then they are transported, right? So we see that crude oil fields in the upper Assam, we see that from Salaya in Gujarat to the, Jalandhar in Punjab, Hazira from Gujarat to Jagdishpur in Uttar Pradesh. So these are some of the places that we find. Now waterways, easy but important in learning some of the important ports, right? So waterways are again the cheapest means of transport. So how are we going, right? How are we transporting? So all of this was within the country, yes? Now if say I want to go and I want to go there or I want to go here, so I have waterways which are very cheap that help me transport, or they help me in carrying heavy and bulky goods. This is comparatively fuel efficient and are environment friendly, yes? Now, of course, when you talk about types of it, we have inland waterways which are within the country through rivers, streams we are able to transport, or we have oceanic waterways which are connected through the ocean, through the coasts that are there, right? Now, we have various national waterways as well, right? Underground tunnels, see the pipelines that are there are normally built underground, right? Underground tunnels could also be there for railways or, for some, at times, there are some of the things which go underground as well, but mostly pipelines are underground, okay? Yes. I'll wind this up and then give you a break, all right? I'll wind it up and then I'll give you a break. Now, lastly, we have airways and transport, and we know about airways, right? It is very comfortable and it is the fastest, and it is slightly expensive also when compared to the rest. Air travel to hilly terrains. So, up until a certain point, to access those places, it becomes easy through air travel, right? And we see that, of course, certain forests, right? We see that normally in areas like high mountains, it is possible. Now, normally air transport was nationalized in 1953, and we have international air services and domestic air services. So, if I am able to go from India to US, it's because of these air services, right? Yes, where I will go a little more slower. But are we clear so far? Are we all clear? Yes? That is what I want to understand. Ma'am, so for those of you, again, like I said, who are live in my class and who are watching this, I don't mind if you eat dinner right now. I will not say anything. Have dinner as you watch this, okay? Let the video keep playing, but you have dinner, okay? I'll never say that you should watch my session and don't eat dinner. Please eat dinner, okay? Yes, all right. So now we will move on to communication, all right? So now we've understood how transport helps in accessibility, right? So we are able to transport these goods to different paths, okay? Now when you talk about communication, we see that communication, what I'm doing right now, I'm communicating with you, right? So it is the process of conveying information to other people through either text, through audio, to video, right? So that is what we mean by communication. Now, personal communication can take place where it is exchange of information. So, what is personal? This is between two or more individuals, right? So, that is what we mean by personal communication. Now, your post mail that was there, then of course we have STD calls. They are all personal communication that is there, right? Now, how does transport and growth help in growth of industries? Yash, like I said, right? With the help of transport, you are able to move whatever your industry is producing, you are able to transport your goods to different parts. And by communication, and especially mass communication, you are able to reach a lot of people, inform them that something of this sort is there. So there is communication in letting them know that something of this sort exists. So when more people are made aware through communication, your industries are rising because there will be more demand, because people will be purchasing it, right? So we see that transport and communication, like I said, go hand in hand in making sure that there's fast-paced development of economy. So mass communication is basically any tool that is your one-to-many, right? So we see that you are able to exchange information among a large group of people, right? Now we see that radio that was there, Doordarshan, newspapers, they are all examples, right? They are all examples of the same. So to understand this once again, Like I said, how is it that your how is your economy growing because of transport and communication? Transport makes sure that your goods are transported, right? They are gone from one place to another. And secondly, with the help of communication, you are able to tell people that you know what, something of this sort exists. Or in case, like today, if you say, ma'am, I did not understand something, why is it that you're able to tell me? You are able to communicate and I'm able to do something about it. And thereby, communication facilitates the growth, right? So that is what we mean by it. Now, of course, we will conclude with trading, okay? Now, trading is an act of buying, selling, or exchanging goods. So, basically, why am I transporting? Why am I communicating? So that I tell somebody that, hey, you know what? I have this beautiful bottle and I have 10 of these bottles. Do you want some? If one bottle is 10 rupees, you can take it for 1000 rupees, right? So, whatever it may be. Trading, we do that. Now, domestic trade can happen amongst individuals or within organizations of the country. International is when I go beyond my border lines and I do this, right? And of course, tourism also facilitates in trading, because when you talk about tourism, right, we know that this allows people to visit our country. Yes? So this will help in us, it will help people visit our country. And when they visit our country and they see what is there, they'll be like, oh, I like this. Oh, they see some potential. And thereby, this will bring in, right? So thereby, we see that this will bring us more people to do trading, which is why tourism is a way of facilitating this. So now, of course, everyone, with this, I have finished the chapter summaries, right? All the chapter summaries are done. Now, are you all, see, at one point I'll ask you a question, okay? How many of you felt ki, ma'am, I did not know some of the concepts, but maybe I might not know some of the concepts much, but it's okay. Now at least I know that these concepts exist and I know that this is where I need to work on, right? So how many of you feel that way ki, ab clarity hai, geography mein kaise padna hai, right? How many of you feel this way? Menti hoga na ma'am, zarur hoga. See, that is the aim of this crash course. Aim of this crash course is not to tell you that after this crash course you will get 100 on 100. That is unrealistic goals. But we at BYJU'S give you realistic goals, right? We do it step by step. Yes, I will tell you that if you are regular in my class, you are regular to this channel, you will do well in your exams. But at the same time, I will tell you that you need to work hard also, right? It's a two-way street. It goes two ways. And now I know with SST, it is very tiring also, because it's a lot to study, but don't ever give up on SST, okay? Don't ever give up on it. You are here with me, okay? You are here with me. You have me, Ankita ma'am, Tarana ma'am, all backing you, right? So don't ever feel ki, ma'am, nahi hoga mujhse, ye nahi hoga, I will not do well. Don't ever tell that, right? मैम डिनर करना है, जाऊं क्या? अभी मैं सब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन कर रही हूं अंशुल, अगर आप डिनर लेके आ सकते हो, इट विल बी ग्रेट. आई नो, आई मीन, इफ यू वांट टू ईट विद योर फैमिली, आई विल नॉट डिनाई दैट, बट यू कैन go and come back and watch the video. Yes, Hansika. Usage of language in simple ways, I will tell you one thing, is to have keywords from NCERT, which I will be telling you in the next part. So, shall I give you 2 minutes break? 9:31 we'll start. Yes? 9:31. No, bacha, I don't teach history. I mainly teach geography and economics. Okay? I'll give you a break and then we'll do questions. See, questions fatafat hoga. Okay? See, questions will happen fast. Don't worry. Thinking, Arey ma'am, you will take another 4 hours of class. No, no. Fatafat hoga. Don't worry. 5 minutes. I will be back at 9:35. Okay? I am here with you. So, जो भी dinner लेके आना है, अभी लेके आ जाओ. Alright? Yes, yes. Get your dinners and come. No problem. Hello guys, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes? Are we feeling refreshed now? Feeling a little better? अरे लेट क्यों बोल रहे हो? अभी मैं आई हूँ. 1 minute. Hello everyone. Yes. Are we ready? So see now, jaldi we will go fast. Okay. Now the aim is not to teach you anything. The aim is to tell you how to give the answer. Right? Yeah, I'm back. I'm late by like few seconds. But I'm back. Yes? So now what I need you to focus on is to make sure that you go ahead and you understand how to write the answer now. Okay, that's it. And like I told you, we will be dealing with PYQs. Yes? So everybody, once again, like I said, you can have dinner right now. No problem at all. You can drink water. You can do everything. But I just need you to have your ears here. That's it. Eyes and ears. Okay? Hello, Ansh. Hello. Okay, Amit Bacha. Done. Right? So before I go ahead, everybody, those of you who have joined late, maybe this is the first time you are watching, you just joined in, please make sure that you don't forget to subscribe, right? Now you know, yes? Now you know that it's very important that you stay here and you understand the important concepts, and that happens only here at BYJU'S. So please make sure that you go ahead and you subscribe, and you have hit that like button. I can see that we've hit good number of likes, but I think we can hit 300 by the end of today. That's our target, right? So let's try to aim for that. Now let's get started with the 15 subjective questions. Now let's get started with the first question. Now the first question is a question from CBSE 2020, right? From the board exam from 2020. And here the question is on resource planning that is a complex process. Justify the statement with arguments. Now this right here is a 3-marker. What will you write? What will you write for this particular question? What is a flow chart? Yes? How many of you now know? I told you resource planning is very, very important, right? And for 3 marks, you will write 3 points. And I will tell you what your keywords are as well. Now go ahead and understand why we should write about resource planning, right? So we know that indiscriminate use can lead to resource planning, right? So what are the things you will write? First thing you will do is identification, right? So you will identify your resources. You will analyze them. Are they qualitative? Are they quantitative? You will do all your analysis. You will find an inventory. Step number 1 is identification. What is step number 2? Step number 2 is developing a planning structure, right? So that is step number 2, planning a structure, so that you can understand what kind of technology you have to use or whatever institution that you have to use. Yes? Step number 3 is making sure that resource development plans with the overall national development. So that is what you need to write in this case. So when you are writing the answer, this is how you need to write. And I have underlined the keywords. So it involves identification, underline, and taking stock of resources across different parts of the country. This involves what all? Surveying, mapping, performing quantitative, qualitative analysis, making sure that it is good to go. If you write this point, 1 mark. Second one is it involves planning a structure and identifying different technologies. You need to underline your key points. 1 mark here. Then last, you need to write down that you need to make sure that maintaining the resource development plans should align to the national development. So if you underline your key points, you will make sure that you will get 3 marks for this easily. So I hope all of you are taking a screenshot as well of this. Yes, take a screenshot, understand how to write your answer. Don't write too much, don't write stories, write in pointers. Short zone, try to stay focused in class and don't make unnecessary comments. Now moving on to question number 2. Discuss the anthropogenic factors of land degradation. 2019 mein this particular question has come. This question can come, I don't remember, it could be for 3 marks, but normally this can come for a 5 marker also, right? 5 marker, okay? Ma'am, if you underline, will we not get marks? See, it is not that you will not get marks, but underlining your answers tells your examiner that you are confident of your answer, right? Undermining that is there will make sure that it will help you. So see, when I'm going to check the answer, I'll be like, oh, identification you have written, very, very good. Or I'll be like, oh, you have written planning and identifying, very good. Then I can see resource development, national development, my key points are out. So when your key points are there, it also suggests how confident you are. Yes? So that is why I always tell you to do this. Now moving on to the next one, which is on discussing anthropogenic factors. Now what are anthropogenic factors? Yes, everybody tell me. Yes, very good. Anthropogenic factors are basically your man-made ones, okay? Whatever is done by humans, right? So that is something that you need to understand. What is anthropogenic? They could use this word, right? So that is something which is man-made, right? So now in this case, when you talk about what are the causes of land degradation, which is caused by human beings, those are basically all of your land degradation points, right? So you have over-irrigation, wherein you know in Punjab, in the regions of Punjab, mainly when you use too much of water, it causes water clogging. You know that mining activities in Jharkhand and Odisha can lead to deforestation. Overgrazing in certain areas, of course, lead to, you know, damage of land, and of course, industries which are used, right? So now when you write it, you need to write these 4 points and you will have 4 marks. So how will you start the answer? You will start the answer by saying that the anthropogenic factors that are responsible for land degradation are as follows. Now, if you just write overgrazing, overgrazing, deforestation, and if you write 4 words, no, not enough, okay? You need to elaborate. Deforestation due to mining, where Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, wherein severe land degradation. Mineral processing was also something we discussed, of limestone and calcite, which affects the process of infiltration. So 1 mark here. Effluents from industries, over-irrigation, overgrazing. I've given you 5 points from which you need to write any 4, right? So if this comes for a 5 marker, 5 points need to be there. But this will normally come maybe for a 3 marker. If that is the case, 3 points and we're good to go. Is this a topper sheet? This is how a topper would write the answer, right? So that is why I am showing you how exactly a topper would write. And if you want to be a topper, this is how you need to write the answer, right? So everybody make a note of it. Now moving on to question number 3. Consequences of environmental degradation do not respect national or state boundaries. Support this statement with an example. Now this has come over 2 years. It's come in 2015 and 2019. Not the exact same question, but on the similar lines. Now, is this question direct? Right? Is this question a direct question? Consequences of environmental degradation do not respect national or state boundaries. Is it a direct question? No. This is not a direct question. Anthropogenic factors, resource planning, all direct. But you will find 1 or 2 questions which are indirect, okay? So what should you infer from this? Yes? So here basically your inference skills will come into the picture. Not like chances of this question coming is very high. But if at all, let's say in the board exam, if they tell you, right, if they tell you that, you know what, this kind of a question, maybe an inference based question comes, how do you approach it, right? Okay. Ma'am, samajh nahi aa raha hai. Shashwat, is this question that you are not understanding? Samajh nahi aa raha hai was, are you talking about this one? Then I'm explaining it to you. Don't worry. Okay? So now when you talk about environmental degradation, right? Now what is your environmental degradation? We know that basically due to multiple factors, right? We know that environment degradation when it takes place, whether if it happens in India, or it happens in US, right? Or if it is happening in China, yes? Now one thing you need to understand is that impact of the degradation can be across the world, yes? So when you say deforestation in a particular part, right? So when you talk about land degradation, so in this case I will show you with the answer itself so that you have an understanding. Consequences of environmental degradation do not respect national or state boundaries, because if land degradation takes place, it will affect agricultural productivity. Now, if agricultural productivity gets affected, then we know that this will affect food crops. Now, we know that international trade is also taking place, which means that if land degradation happens, international trade will get affected. So, maybe something happening in India can have an impact on another country. Similarly, addition of greenhouse gases. Pollution also is too vague, okay? You need to specify in pollution what. Addition of greenhouse effect will cause global warming, that in the name only suggests is across everyone. Addition of CFCs can affect the ozone layer. Polluted water or polluted oceans, right? And polluted air can affect everybody. It affects the whole environment. So it is the global consequences that are there. So see, it is very simple. Isn't this nothing that, it's not something that you don't know, right? All of you know this. All of you know global warming. All of you know pollution of water, pollution of air. It's just how you write the answer, okay? I am stressing on this over and over. It is all about how you write the answer. And if you do this and this comes for 5 marks, easily you will be able to get, right? So don't get scared when the questions are not direct. Take some time, read the question. So try to understand. It can have national and international. What will affect both if the environment is gone? And that too they're saying also. They're not telling anything else. They are telling it is specific to environment. So you can write, right? Now going on to question number 4, which is a question that I have done in the sample paper analysis. Ankita ma'am and I have done it. But if you have not solved the sample paper, this is for you, right? This is for all of you. Now everybody, there is a paragraph written, and this normally in your section D it will come, right? Section D questions are like this, okay? Wherein what they will do is they will give you a paragraph and then end May they will give you 3 questions. So I'm going to give you 1 minute of time to read this particular question, okay? Read the paragraph and then I want you to tell me, ma'am, done, I am done reading, and we will solve the questions, okay? So everybody quickly read this. Yes, all right everybody. And sorry, my bad, someone told me, ma'am, it was section E. Yes, I wanted to say section E, but I ended up saying section D. So this is a section E question, right, which will come for you. This is a section E question. Now let me tell you with section E, because subparts are there, no, this is very easy to answer, right? Super simple question will be there. So the first one is, what are the objectives, or with what objective was Sardar Sarovar Dam built? What was the objective? Now, where was Sardar Sarovar Dam built? Can you tell me on which river? Can you tell me on which river was it built? Yes? Which river was it built on? Very good. This was built on the Narmada river. Now, for those of you who didn't know what was if it was built on Narmada or no, it is there in the question also, right? And if you see, most of the answer is always there in the question frame, right? Now, why was this dam built? Because you know that in Gujarat areas and of course in certain parts of Rajasthan, they are drought prone, right? So these are drought prone. So those regions were drought prone, and to make sure that there is availability of water in such regions, they built the dam, right? So that was the reason behind it. Now analyze the reason for the protest of the people. So in the question only they have given this, because this is the paragraph taken from the Narmada Bachao Andolan, right? So what was the protest by the tribal people, right? It was to provide water, but why? Why was it built? Because in that region there was not enough water available because they were more prone to drought. So that you will have to bring out, okay? Now next one. Yes, they were displaced from their homes, right? Exactly. It will be a paragraph from your NCERT only. Nowhere else will it come from, right? So this is part of your NCERT. And your case-based questions always come from NCERT. So read the paragraph thoroughly. Yes, exactly. So as you know, initially it focused on environmental issues related to trees, but recently it has refocused to enable poor citizens who were displaced to get full rehabilitation facilities, right? So here the answer is already there in the question. You need to just pick it and write it. Now the last one was highlight the issues on which the Narmada Bachao Andolan worked on, or same Narmada movement worked on. Again, like I said, the answer is there in the question. Because a large group of people were taken away, and we saw that, we saw that a lot of people were affected by it. These were the issues that they worked upon. So when you are writing the answer to this, right, we see that you will have to write it in this manner. So in this case, 1 mark would be on what was the objective? To meet the water requirement in drought-prone desert areas of Gujarat and Rajasthan, right? Now, what is the reason behind the protest? Because in the initial days, they focused on the environmental issues, but later they had to refocus their protest to, to help the poor citizens who were forced to relocate. Can we take it directly from the paragraph? Yes and no. Take the keywords from the paragraph, but don't write it as it is. Write it in your own words, right? So try to write it in your own words, okay? And now, of course, what were the issues on which it was there? What was the Save Narmada movement worked on? Against huge displacement of people, against environmental issues. They demanded rehabilitation of people, right? And of course, to provide the tribals or the communities with a source of livelihood, right? So in this case, we see that a total of 4 marks you will get. So 2 marks here. So you'll have 1, 1, 2, 2. I mean, the distribution will be of that sort, okay? Total of 4 you will get. Now moving on to the next one. All right, are we clear so far? We are in question number 5. 10 more questions. We'll wind it up soon, okay? Yes, all right. Very good. Analyze the impact of water scarcity. Now, this is not a PYQ per se, but this is a very commonly asked question, very directly or indirectly. Now, here, they are not asking causes. Understand the difference. It is not causes. So if you tell me, ma'am, overpopulation, ma'am, industrialization, agriculture, no, those are causes. What is the impact, right? It is the impact that is there. Ma'am, इतना easy question board में नहीं आएंगे. क्यों नहीं? Don't worry. See, boards they will always give you a mix of questions. They will give you some very direct questions. There was one question which we will be doing. State 2 impacts of solar energy, or why is solar energy necessary? Very simple questions also they will ask, but they will also ask you some tricky questions also, right? So it's always, the board exams are always a mix of questions that you get. Fail of agriculture crops, lack of drinking water, drought, displacement. Displacement of tribal people was for the previous question. Yes? Social impact of dams. Okay. Drought. Okay, let's understand this a little bit, right? So what is water scarcity? Water scarcity is a condition. You have to start with this, okay? Water scarcity is a condition where there is insufficient freshwater resources. And this kind of question will come for 3 marks, okay? I forgot to specify that. 3 marks or 4 marks it will come, right? So now we know that this is what we understand as water scarcity. What if there's not enough water, right? Or if there is a lack of water? So first and foremost, when there is a lack of water, right, what do we observe? We see that lack of water can affect, or lack of water for domestic uses can cause problems, where in both rural areas as well as in urban areas, right? And we know that overconsumption of water for a long period of time can cause water scarcity, which would also affect agriculture. And if it affects agriculture, then we know that it can cause insecurity to food and so on. Now we know that water scarcity, we know that hydroelectricity also runs on water, right? Now imagine if freshwater sources are depleting, then it can cause, or it can impact hydroelectricity as well. And finally, we know that it can affect the quality of life one is living. If polluted water is there, insufficient water is there, then we know that that will be a tough one, right? Yes, one among the solutions is rainwater harvesting. Another solution is judicious use of water, right? Okay. Yes, so what is rainwater harvesting? It's very simple. I think I have a question on it also. I'll tell you after this, right? After this, I will tell you. Ma'am, can we add dehydration? So dehydration again comes in the, what do you say, broad idea of health problems and domestic use, right? So you don't need to per se say dehydration. Dehydration can happen if you don't drink water yourself. If water is available and you don't drink water, it could be there. Affecting aquatic life. See, when you define water scarcity, you don't define it per se to aquatic life. So in this case, when you see, we say it is to meet human and environmental demands. Yes, but water scarcity takes away the habitat of an organism, right? So that is something. River depletion. See, normally river depletion happens. So river depletion again is depletion of freshwater sources, right? So that is something that you need to write. You can write about it. But again, the impact on us is something that you need to say. Yes? Plasma in state of matter is something for physics that you can discuss or with Kriti ma'am tomorrow, right? But today, we will focus on history. Now, question number 6, everybody, that is, do you think multi-purpose river valley projects have failed to achieve the purpose for which they were built? Justify your answer. This will be a long answer question, okay? So, this is a long answer question coming easily for 3 to 4 marks. No party can be Yeah. What is a dam? A dam is a barrier. It is a barrier which is built across a river, right? So that wherein we use the dam for various multiple purposes. Yes? Okay. Sony, like I said, bacha, I'm doing geography, so kindly for states of matter, please reach out to Kriti ma'am. They were able to retard, but instead they did. It has merits and demerits. Okay. It causes, very good, displacement. Yes. Very good. Very good, everybody. Very good. Very proud of the answers that you are giving me here. Because in this case, when you think about it, right? When you're writing the answer, don't abruptly say, no, it has done nothing. That's not the way you write it. But you say that of late, multi-purpose river valley projects have brought in a lot of concerns of time. Yes, and we know that over time, we have seen that there have been various disadvantages. Now, we know that there have been environmental impacts, right? So, some of you are asking me, ma'am, what are the disadvantages of a dam? Now, we see that it causes excessive sedimentation, right? So, we know that it causes excessive sedimentation. And we know that it also causes rocky beds because it's obstructing the flow of the river, right? So we see that it's causing rocky beds, which in turn affects aquatic life, right? Now, along with this, we also see that it is it can cause earthquakes, it can cause floods at times, right? It can affect the soil fertility. And along with this, you can write the social impacts also. And again, like how all of you have told me, large group of people, large mass of people are displaced, right? And we know that they are all affected by this. So how to write a justify question? So when you are justifying, so if you tell me, ma'am, I don't think that river valley projects are helpful, I'll ask you why. So then you will give me, no, see ma'am, this happened. See ma'am, those people are displaced. See, they are loss of fertility is happening, which is affecting communities. They are not getting proper water. There is, unequal distribution of water. So that is how you are convincing me that what you have told me is correct. So those points serve as justification points. So when you are writing it, it should be in that manner. So in this case, if you get it as a 3 marker, you can start the answer. So this is the introduction, right? So in the beginning, you can say that in the recent years, multi-purpose river valley projects have come under great scrutiny and opposition. First and foremost, we see that it causes excessive sedimentation and at the bottom of the river and results in rockier stream beds. This affects aquatic life. Now, these projects have displaced population at a large scale, causing protest, agitation, movements. And we know that these projects have caused environmental destruction also. And large area of forest also has to be cleared, which is why of late this has failed to save the purpose, right? So you can add that point as well. So over time they have not been helpful. So please explain once again definitely. So in this case, right, we see that they are asking us if has river valley projects really helped us? Yes or no? So you start with saying that of late they have been under a lot of scrutiny and they don't, it's not really helping, because to construct something, a large group of people have to be displaced, right? You need to clear that area to make a reservoir. Now along with this, it has caused environmental destruction also. And along with this, we see that there is excessive sedimentation, right? So basically what should you write? You need to write the disadvantages here. Simple as that. Write down the disadvantages of dams. Are we clear now? For those of you who are clear with this, are we clear? Okay. No, we'll do it soon. We are already in the 7th question. Fatafat we'll get done. Some of them are easy only. Yes, you can, but that can be contradicting what we are saying, right? Yes. Ma'am, why is soil? See, with soil again, right? The thing is, soil weathering keeps happening. Soil does not take millions of years. Weathering can happen, but of course, when you say the rate of soil formation, it's not millions. It's a few thousand years that are there. Okay, all right. So now moving on. Okay, moving on quickly to the next one. Easy question. Analyze O. If you write all of these pointers like I showed you, you will get 3 marks. Okay. So here again, focus on how the answers are being written. You can see that it is written point-wise. The answers and words are spaced out. Keywords are underlined. With this, we are moving on to question number 7, everybody. Very easy question. This was asked in 2019. If all of you get this, 3 out of 3 marks, pakka. Yes, okay. Ma'am, in NCRT, it is million. Oh, okay, sorry, my bad, okay, it was my bad. Analyze Kharif and Rabi crops through different parameters. Yes? Ha, sure, Anshul, no problem at all. Then are dams displaced? See, as much as dams are disadvantages, we know that hydroelectricity is generated with the help of dams, right? Which is why those dams are still there. So that's why there's a lot of debate around whether dams are really helpful or no. Because as much as they are harmful, they're also pretty helpful for generating hydroelectricity. Yes. yes, I'm going to do the questions. Please stay focused. I have questions from minerals and resources as well. So now, of course, when you talk about Kharif and Rabi, somebody told me Kharif is in winter. No, Kharif is in summer. So what are the parameters that you should write your answers on? You need to write it based on sowing period. So when is it that you sow the seeds? When do you harvest it? So what is the harvesting period? Right, then you need to write the water requirement. How much water is necessary? More water, less water? And where all do we find it? And end it with some examples. Very simple and easy, right? So we see that Kharif crops are also known as monsoon crops. Rabi crops are winter crops, right? So Kharif crops are mainly sown on the onset of monsoon. That is between May to June, May to July time, right? While Rabi crops are sown on the onset of winter, like October to December time. Now next is your harvesting period, right? Harvesting period that is there mainly includes September to October. While in this case your Rabi crops are mainly harvested at the beginning of spring, that is around April to June, or you can even say March to June time, right? Water requirement, we know that this requires high rainfall or better irrigation. Yes, while here it requires relatively less irrigation. Now regions, we see that Kharif crops are grown in most places at this point because of better irrigation, while Rabi crops are grown mainly in the northern, spelling is wrong here, so I'm writing it. It's grown in the northern and northwestern parts of the country. Examples I already told you, RMC, this is BMW. Very simple. What are Z crops? Z crops are those crops which are sown during summer. Between April, May, June time, what you get, March, April, May, that is your Z crops, Devansh. Yes? Locations, I have told you. Rabi crops, you think about where you find wheat. Simple. Put Punjab, you know, right? Or your North Plains that are there, you can write that down. Super easy. Now moving on to the next one. Question number 8. 2020 में this question has come. Why is agriculture called the backbone of Indian economy? Why is agriculture known as the backbone of Indian economy? Yes? Ansh, I am discussing some of the important questions. Two-thirds of the population does agriculture. It gives most employment. It provides food. They provide raw materials. I am so proud seeing the answers. Yes, but I can see some of you are constantly giving answers. Some of you are very quiet in the chat. Now I request all of you to be excited about giving the chat. And yes, Menti will be there very soon, right? Very good. Yes, very good. These are not MCQs. These are subjective questions. Very good. So now, as we know, when you talk about the significance of agriculture, we know that agriculture that is there, we know that a large percentage of our population practices agriculture, and it has an important contribution to the GDP of our country. Now we know that India as a country is second in production. It provides raw material for various industries, and it affects the food security of the nation. And various industries are dependent on the agriculture. Right, so when you're writing the answer, 4 points that you need to keep in mind. Start with this sentence. Don't directly write 4 things, right? Start with saying that agriculture is referred to the backbone of our country's economy due to the following reasons. Yes, so first and foremost, it is a primary activity in India that employs close to 2/3 of the population, right? Provides raw material for various industries, and you can give some examples like sugarcane and cotton, right? Then, of course, we know certain agricultural products are exports. So you can say certain agricultural products like tea and coffee are exports of our country. And we see that it provides food for consumption. Yes, food for consumption for people. You write this 4 marks easily. And I have underlined the key points from where it is missing, right? So these are your subjective questions. Now moving on to question number 9, right? So we are going to move on to question number 9, and this is a very recent question which has come in the paper in 2019, right? So here the question again is not a direct one, okay? Crude oil reserves are limited all over the world. If people continue to extract it at the present rate, the reserves would only last for 35 to 40 years. Explain 3 ways to solve this problem. 3 marks for you to give me the answer. Yes, we are in question number 9, 6 more questions. Menti we will do soon, bacha, but you know most of your paper is subjective, no? Yes. Give it time to renew. Ma'am, conceptual questions will also, yes, there will be a mix of it, okay? We'll have a mix of interpreting, right? So you will have a lot of things. Sustainable development, Sustainable development, yes, but you need to think about crude oil, right? So basically your petrol. Think about that. Now I gave you a clue. Neelam Kumari has asked me something. So will subjective come? See, like I said, in your blueprint, maybe you got 1 question, 1 MCQ from your sample paper. But again, like I told you, across different years, you will have different distributions, right? So don't decide that sample paper may this is there, this only will come. So try to make sure that you go through all the important parts of every chapter properly. Yes? Alternatives will help. Yes, alternatives will definitely help. But here I have not added alternatives because that was all that is needed to make our session even more longer, no? So I put only one question. Alternatives definitely help. So when you talk about crude oil, it's basically your petroleum and all your non-renewable sources of energy, right? So when you talk about non-renewable sources of energy, we know that most often than not, right? We know that crude oil is something which is extracted. So it is extracted from the earth, and from this we get gasoline, we get, jet fuel, and we get all of our other petroleum products. So basically we need to find ways in which we reduce this. Now, how do we reduce this? That is what we need to understand, right? So first and foremost, making sure that we use energy. So from this, I'm going to identify the important ones. Using energy efficient appliances that do not consume too much energy. right? Now, of course, using non-conventional sources of energy and using public transport are ways in which you can reduce the dependency on petrol, crude oil. Yes? So these are the 3 points that you need to write. Kumar Adarsh for 10th standard every day at 6 p.m. and sometimes at 5 p.m. also. 4 p.m. also we have classes. Sorry, 5 p.m. also we have classes, right? Okay. So now, as you know, in order to reduce the use of crude oil, we can take the following steps, right? So first one, making sure that we take a cautious approach for the judicious use of energy resources. Yes, making sure that we use public transport and making sure that we use non-conventional energy sources. 3 points, 3 marks, right? Energy efficient appliances. I'll give you an example, okay? I'm not going to take a specific one. But have you seen how there are some very old, I'm sure when you were going to school or something, you would have noticed, no? How there are some of these autos that are there, very old autos, which will give a lot of exhaust. Have you noticed that? There's a lot of exhaust which is given out. You can see black fumes coming out of it. How many of you have seen that? How many of you have seen? Old autos, it will be there, no? Now, normally what happens is that there are some, right? So there are some, what do you say? We see that there are some of these vehicles which consume a lot of, petrol. So for a shorter distance, that's what we normally call as mileage, and I hope I'm right. I'm not a big car freak per se, but normally the mileage that is there is how much can you travel with that much petrol. So that way it helps you understand, right? So the more efficient it is with that much amount of petrol, you are able to make do and travel longer distances. That will be helping you out, right? Okay. Hello, Jeet. Hello. Yes, using CNG vehicle, right. Okay. Ma'am said classes. Yes, thank you, Rashida, for helping me out because a lot of you were asking me for timings, right? So for 3 points, and in the question only if they say 3 ways, spelling is wrong here. If they say 3 ways, why you want to write extra points? Write 3 points, you will get 3 marks. Okay, simple. Now moving on to the next one, which is a sample paper question for 2 marks. This comes for 2 marks, all right? It's a short answer one. Suggest any 2 ways to improve the usage of solar energy. Very easy. How will you? Yes. Just give me a moment, I'll get my water. Oh yeah, 6 p.m. Indian time. Energy efficient solar cells. See, they are not telling you how to set up or how to use solar energy. They are saying how to use or how to improve the usage of solar, right? So that is something that you need to understand, okay? How to improve the usage. Oh, that's amazing, Yashji, that you are having this confidence. You don't know how happy that makes me. No installing, very good, Devansh. Yes, solar panels, nice proper tech, making it accessible to people. Decreases, yes, very good, very good. So most of you have got the answer for this, right? So when we talk about solar energy, it is something that we obtain. So when we harness the energy from the sun and to produce electricity we harness the energy from the sun and we convert it to electricity is what we call as solar energy. And we know that especially in tropical countries, this is extremely beneficial. Now, when we talk about how we can improve, right? So, ways of improving. Yes, how do we improve? First and foremost, at this point, we know that solar energy is quite expensive, right? So, the cost of solar panels should come down. And of course, using efficient solar panel models, not some outdated ones which are not very effective, right? Now, of course, it's necessary that people should be aware. Okay, you know what? Solar energy is the way to go because even now a lot of people do not prefer to use renewable sources of energy, right? Which is why rising awareness is important. Now, there is easy installation process and avoid making panels in any shaded areas. Now, any 2 points you need to write. 2 to 3 points is good enough. Now, like I said, since this is for 2 marks, I have written all the points. But if you write any 2 out of what we have discussed, you will get 2 marks easily, right? Now, moving on to question number 11, right? Very simple. There is a need there's a pressing need for using renewable energy sources in our country. Justify the statement. Again, like I said, very simple. It's come in CBSE 2017 and this will be a 3-mark question again, right? Why is there a need to use renewable energy resources? Can you tell me in the chat very quickly? No, we'll do menti fatafat, don't worry. We'll wind it up. So I'll pace it up a little more, okay? Yes, very good. Because of decreasing non-renewable resources. Yes, very good. Non-renewable resources cause. Very good. Wonderful. So when you talk about energy resources or why we need to use renewable energy resources, right? What is the reason behind it? Because we know that the non-renewable resources are depleting very fast, right? And at this point, the country is dependent on other countries for imports, yes? And along with this, we know that renewable sources of energy do not cause any pollution, and we know that they are very economical in use, right? So these are the 3 points that you need to write to get 3 marks. Very simple and easy. So these are the 3 pointers, everybody. It's not a direct question, but it's an easy question. Okay, now moving on to the next one. Why is an economic strength of a country measured by development of manufacturing industries? CBSE 2018 question. Yes, why is this necessary? What is the need for this, right? So that is what we need to understand. Our bill... We will end it in another 20 minutes. That's my aim. 20 minutes. I'm going to be a little faster now. Okay? Generates employment. Very good. Banishes poverty. Okay. Creates employment. What else? We've already discussed. Very important question. Please star mark this question. Yes. GDP rises. Contributes in GDP. Okay. All right. Brings in foreign exchange. Yes, very good. I see answers coming in. So what is the importance? First and foremost, helps in modernizing agriculture, right? And of course, reduces the dependency on agriculture and it boosts agricultural productivity. But it also brings in employment, right? And we see that more amount of people. We see that this industrial development helps in tackling unemployment and poverty. Now, along with this, we also see that it brings in export and foreign exchange. And along with that, it brings in different countries together. So, as a result of foreign exchange, it brings different countries together. So, in this case, when you talk about it, manufacturing industries, or why is the economic strength of a country measured by the development of manufacturing industries? First and foremost, we know that manufacturing industries help in modernizing agriculture, provides them jobs in secondary and tertiary sectors. We see that this helps in tackling unemployment, and we know that it brings down regional differences, and we see that it expands trade and commerce. Now, moving on to question number 12, right? So, if you write this and this comes for 5 markers, easily, 5 mark you will be able to come. Ma'am, this has come twice. So, like I said, star mark this question. It's very, very important. Importance of manufacturing industry. Now, question number 12, everyone, quickly. Explain with 5 factors, okay? Explain with examples any 5 factors that are responsible for industrial location. 5 marks, okay? Climate, raw material, transport, very good. Cheap labor, low cost, amazing, yes. So for industries, we know cheap labor is necessary, capital is also necessary, availability of raw materials, accordance to government policies, and making sure that there's an appropriate market, and availability of power. Right? So when you talk about this, you can categorize them into factors also, like physical factors and human factors. So in this case, when you look at it, right, we see that factors that affect the location include availability of raw materials. So you can talk about how the iron industries are located closer to where raw materials are present. So you can give the example. Water sources are also necessary because water is needed for various industrial process. So you need to set it up closer, right? Closer to places where it is available. Climate climate is necessary because extreme climate will not suit an industrial location. Extremely hot climate is not ideal. Human factors include labor, capital, government policies. You write all of this, 5 marks, because they have asked for 5 factors, right? So they have asked for 5 of it. Ahmad, if you feel like this is too much, you can come back and watch this video. But there are some people who want to learn, so please make sure that you don't distract the others. Now moving on to the next one. Efficient means of transport. Last 3. Okay, very easy. Efficient means of transport are prerequisite for fast development of the country. Support this particular statement with examples. Basically, they are asking you, right? Very, very important. Why is communication and transport considered to be, right? Why are they considered to be the lifelines of national economy, right? MLB Dreamer is like, ma'am, ye to just came in my exam and I'm like, no, I can't do it. That's why I'm here. See, very good. So first and foremost, understand this, right? We know that transportation and communication, they are the lifelines of our economy. Yes, so we know that transportation are means by which people and goods are moved from one place to another. Communication is when 2 people or more than 2 people interact with one another. Now, when you talk about the development, right? So we see that pace of development. So pace of development of the country. Right? What does it depend on? It depends upon the production of goods and services along with the movement all over space, right? Now we know that transport systems that are there, yes? So we see here that transport systems and the communication systems, they will complement each other, okay? So they will complement each other, and that's how we are able to achieve or improve our economy. So these two are complementary, yes? And along with this, when you look at it, we know that we interact with different countries through trade, which of course improves socio-economic progress as well, right? So this enables trading. So now, of course, that is there, right? So we know that the pace of the development depends upon the country and production of services. So you can take an example of maybe any product, right? So any foreign exchange, I mean, if you think about the software industry or whatever it may be, efficient transport system is necessary. Transport is prerequisite. Why? Because it helps in movement of services, right? Now, of course, because India is well linked to other countries, this will help in socio-economic progress. Trading also ensures that at international levels helps in improving quality of life. And if quality of life is going up, then we know that at the end of the day, it has contributed to economy. So if you write all of this, you will get 4 marks. Yes? Are we now clear? Are we now clear on what you need to write? Talk about how it's boosting the economy, how it is a socio-economic growth, and at the end of the day affects our, it affects our quality of life. Now moving on to the last 2 questions. Examine the factors that influence the distribution of railway network in India. This is a CBSE sample paper question. And like I said, this is a very important one which we have already discussed. So we know that in different parts it's different. Northern plates pe to there is large level of land, high population density, geographical factors contribute towards it, administrative factor, topography. So you can write about it individually. So mountainous regions may in the hilly regions of peninsula, we know that they are laid in low hills or gaps. In the Himalayan mountainous region, it's not very favorable because of course sparse population. And then of course in deserts and other areas we observe different kinds of it. So out of 4 out of these you need to write any 4. So when you're writing the answer, distribute it, right? So physical and economic factors have influenced distribution pattern, and we see that northern plains may be observed this. Then we have in the peninsular region, then of course we have in the Himalayan mountains, and we have in the desert of Rajasthan. Now moving on to the last question. International trade is considered the economic barometer of a country. Justify this statement with an argument, right? CBSE 2019. Why is trade necessary? This is a sentence taken from NCERT. Why is it necessary, right? All chapters are important, bacha. All of them are important, right? Yes, this is like an economics question, right? Very good. Okay. Bye, Prabjot. Take care, bacha. I will see you soon. Okay, very good. Connects, yes, that is what I was looking for, right? So now when you talk about international trade, it's basically, what is trade? Trade is basically exchange of goods among states and countries, which is referred to as trade. And when it is between two different countries, which is what we call as international trade. Now, why is it called as an economic barometer? So first and foremost, we are going to connect our first chapter, right? What did we learn in our first chapter? Resources are not equally distributed, but rather resources are space bound, right? So they are space bound and no country can survive without international trade. So that is why it is necessary. Now we know that goods which are produced by one country is, it's not the same, right? There will be some countries which would require, which is why there will need to be a balance in trade. Now one thing is that if import of goods is greater than export, right? That means that this is not favorable for the country. They are not really growing. But if export is greater than import, then this is favorable for economic growth, right? So economic growth that is there is necessary. Now in our country, if you see, there are various commodities which are exported. So some of the commodities which are exported include certain gems, agricultural products and so on. And along with that, we have also developed various softwares as well, which has facilitated for foreign trade or foreign exchange, right? So with this, if you see, international trade actually boosts, right? It boosts up our economy. So of course with this, if you see, you need to write the answer. So you can start with defining what is international trade and go ahead on elaborating what is necessary. So if you write this, you will get 4 marks for this. You can give examples of some commodities which are exported by our country, like gems and agricultural products, and how software, so software tech has helped with foreign exchange. So are we all clear now? Are we all clear? Yes, everybody? I know today's class. Bacha, Rio de Janeiro summit that was there is something at this point, see, right? I'm not going to go in detail. You can go ahead and you can check it out, okay? It's there in the previous session that I explained. Okay. Now I have a question for all of you. Do you want to do the menti right now or shall we do it in another class? Shall we do the menti in a different class? I will have a separate session for menti quiz for geography with 20 questions. Or do you want to continue it today? Are you all ready for today or you want it in a next class? Because see, it depends on you, right? Because if you are not feeling up to it, then I don't want to do it. So can we have a YouTube poll? Yeah. Now and later, I will do. Blessings to everybody who has their exam. And in the meanwhile, the poll is live for all of you. You can let me know. I will go by the votes. See, I'll have it very soon. Not like I will not. So tomorrow, let me see. Ma'am, oh, you still watch cartoon. Okay. Okay, I can see majority is leaning towards now. So yes, we are going to go with the objective questions. We can end the poll. Out of 73 votes, 66 of you have voted today. So what I will do, right, is we will do it right now. So we will go on to Menti quiz. Go to www.menti.com. The code is 24134394, right? Yes. Okay. How sweet of you all. Now, everybody, take some time, right? So can I change the screen? Yeah. Okay. Everyone, the screen is there. It is fixed. I hope all of you are able to see it. Code is 24134394. So we'll have it sent on the chat also for them. Can we send it on the chat?
Yeah.
Just type the code. See, for those of you who have been here with me from 6:30, I know I've been taking this class for almost 4 hours at this point, right? 6:30 I started, it's 10:30 accurately. But now, of course, it's going to extend for maybe about another 15 to 20 minutes. But we will do rapid fire here, okay? Lot of amazing questions. There are going to be a total of 20 questions, yes? So everyone, please be ready, okay? Please be ready. And of course, let me tell you, I am proud of you. It is not easy. What you have done today is not easy. It's a mammoth task that you have done. Yes, I am so proud of all of you for the hard work that you are putting, the commitment that you are giving, your hard work, right? It will pay off. Believe in yourself that if I put the hard work, if I am sincere and I do my job, it's going to happen, right? So lots of love to all of you, right? And in the meanwhile, I hope all of us, we've hit the 300 mark question. 300 mark like. So well done everybody. So I'm very proud. I hope all of you have subscribed to the channel, right? Everybody, very important. Nowhere else will you find this, no? So go ahead and make sure that you subscribe, okay? So now let's quickly move on. Okay. So I can see that there is one of 15 questions, okay? There are 15 questions that are going to be there. So that was not 20, but there are 15 only. So fatafat we will get done. Blessings to you, bacha, study adda. You will do very well in your pre-boards, I'm sure. Very proud. So shall I start? Shall I start today's menti quiz? Are we good to go? Hey, don't make me guess. I'm very bad at this. I always tell you. Penguin, alien is there. Okay. So question number 1, everybody, on your screens now. All right. Identify the soil which ranges between red to brown in color and is saline. So this is a term 1 question. This has come in CBSE 2021 term 1. Is it red soil, laterite soil, is it arid soil, or is it alluvial soil? What is the answer? It is red to brown in color and it is saline in nature. Giving you a clue, it is in the west. Very good. See, all of you got confused with red to brown. Now understand that if they asked you about red soil, they would have told you that red soil that is there is red in color because of the iron content that is there. But here they are saying it is also saline in nature. They are saying it is red to brown, right? That is red to yellowish, like they range in that color. Which is why here it is option number C, arid soil. I also gave you a clue. It is in the west. Now let's move on to the next one, which is question number 2. Alright. Question number 2, everybody, on your screens now. I hope all of you are here on Menti. If some of you are there on the live and you want to join on Menti, go to 24134394@menti.com. So let's go to question number 2, everyone. Which among the following is not a problem of resource and development? Okay, CBSE 2021 term 2. You have 4 options from which you need to identify the correct answer, which is not a problem of resource and development or not a problem of using resources. Very easy. So easy. Very good. So when you talk about resource and resource planning, we know that normally when we talk about utilizing resources, there is depletion of resources at a rapid rate due to accumulation of resources in the hand of one person. And of course, we know that it is to satisfy the greed of few. And at times, there is indiscriminate exploitation of resources. So correct answer is option D. Yes. Now moving on to question number 3. Okay. So question number 3, everybody, on your screens now. Which of the following states, in which of the following states is black soil predominantly found? This is an NCERT question. Jammu Kashmir, is it Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Jharkhand? Predominantly found. Where do we find it? I drew one wobbly structure on one part, right? Very good, everybody. Very good. So mainly they're found in the plateau region, and in this case, where are they predominantly found? It is in Maharashtra. So the correct answer is option B. So the word or your keyword, Rashida, is predominant. Where is it mainly or largely found? That is your keyword, right? So question number 4, everyone, on your screens. Now, it's okay. Take your time with this. There is no hurry to answer. Consider the following statements about unclassed forests. So you have 4 statements from which you need to identify the correct answer about unclassed. Option number 4 is not there. That is just the question, which is the following answer. There's only 1, 2 and 3. There are 3 statements. I can see some wrong answers. Very good, everybody. Very good. The correct answer was 1 and 3. Now the second part or the statement number 2 was what? More than 1/3 of the forests that are there are categorized as unclassed. Is it categorized as unclassed? Yes or no? Is it categorized as unclassed if it is more than 1/3? 1/3 of the forests, do they come under the category of unclassed? Or what do they come under? Can you tell me? Yes. Is it permanent? Protected. Very good, Vinayak. See, you have more than half which is coming under reserved. 1/3 of it coming in protected. And all of this together is permanent. Now we know that your unclassed is when both your government and your local communities are coming together. Mainly you find it in, the northeastern states, right? So that is what we understand as unclassed. But it is not 1/3 of the population, okay, or 1/3 of the area. So understand this very clearly. And MCQ based on this will definitely come, which is why we have added this question. Now moving on to the next one. Okay, now you need to get question number 5 as well. So quickly everybody, question number 5. Consider the following statements about reserved forests. Okay. Again, like I said, option number 4 should not be there. That's just the question on which of the following is correct. Himachal and Haryana have bulk of the reserved forests. These forests are regarded as the most valuable in terms of conservation of forests. And we see that these forests constitute for more than half of the total forest land. Very easy, everybody. Very good, everyone. Very good. Yes. So see, here we are talking about which of it has more, right? We're talking about reserve forests. Now, when we talk about reserve forests, we know that they make up more than half and they are very valuable. But when we talk about, where they are found, Himachal Pradesh mainly, if you look at it, right? So in our options, if you notice, Himachal Pradesh and Odisha and all those regions that are there, they mainly come under the category of Himachal, Haryana and all of them, they come under the category of protected forests, right? Which is why statements 2 and 3 are correct, but 1 is incorrect. So now are we clear? I hope all of you are feeling more clear and confident, right? Yes, everyone. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Yes, let's see what the leaderboard has to say. Okay, I can see Namrata is on top. Yes, Namrata is on top and is the fastest, followed by Vaishnavi, Muskan, Lavisa, Pujashri, Jeet, Navya, Arya, Pratibha and Vinayak. Well done everybody, well done. So proud of all of you. Now quickly moving on, but before that everyone, I hope all of you have registered for BYJU'S Quizmaster. That's happening on the 28th of Jan, and as you know, registrations are open, so do check it out. Now moving on to question number 6. Yes, question number 6 everybody on your screens now. Thank you Anish, thank you so much. Which among the following regions in India experience low rainfall and is drought prone? So we have Rajasthan, Meghalaya, Telangana and Bihar. Super easy question. Which among the following here experience low rainfall? This all of you should get. General question. Exactly. Very good everybody. Very good. We're talking about a region which experiences low rainfall and that's Rajasthan. I think some of you had a misclick with Meghalaya, but it's okay, right? Very proud of you. Now moving on to the next question. Question number 7 everyone on your screens now, right? So let's have a look at question number 7. Find the incorrect option, okay? Find the incorrect option. Water scarcity is also due to human factors. Availability of water sources of water varies over space and time. Water availability affects food production adversely. Irrigated agriculture is used to conserve water. Easy but not easy if you don't think about it. Ma'am, can you tell me map work? See, for map work, if you want tips and tricks, Tarana ma'am's class is already there in the YouTube playlist. You can go check that video out. But in water sources, you need to mark some of the important dams that are prescribed, like Hirakud, and then of course you'll need to know Nagarjuna Sagar. Then there's many others that are there. I'm not able to recall at this point, but these are things that you need to remember. Okay? Yes. See, we're talking about incorrect, right? So here we're talking about how or what is incorrect about water scarcity. Now this particular question, if you see, water scarcity is also due to human factors. Yes, very good. Availability of sources of water varies from space and time. Of course it does, because you know that in different parts the distribution is different. And thank you all for helping me out with all the other dams, because I'm feeling a little tired, I'm not able to remember, but very good. Water availability affects food production. Of course it does. Irrigated culture is used to conserve water. No. As a matter of fact, irrigation is one of the ways in which large amounts of water is wasted, which is why this is incorrect. It cannot be used as a way of conserving water, which is why the correct answer is option B, for those of you who got confused with the other options. Now moving on to question number 8. Question number 8, everybody, on your screens. All right. What happened, Ria? What happened? Arrange the followings in correct sequence, okay, regarding rainwater harvesting. All right. So this, let's have a look. Take your time for this particular question. Don't hurry in this question, but take your time. Because once the answer comes, I will not be able to see the option, so I'm just pausing the screen. Very good, everyone. Very good. Yes. So now, as you know, the first thing that we do is, of course, we need to to collect the rainwater, we need to construct pipes, right? So we need to, rainwater from the rooftop is collected. So you make the pipes at the rooftop. Then what do? These pipes have to be connected to underground tank, right? So we see that it needs to be connected to the underground tank. And then of course we know that rocks, the underground tank that should be there, it should have rock and sand which will act as a filter. Then you can use clean water. Now I can see that some of you said, ma'am, first I'll connect the pipe to the underground tank. So for those of you who answered for the option number 4, One is pipes are connected to underground tank, okay. Then how you will connect, rainwater? First you will collect it and then it will go, right? So it's almost like the pathway that is there. So the correct answer is option number A. Now moving on to the next one. Yes, question number 9. Okay, for all of you who are getting worried about your pre-boards, just give me a minute. I'll show the question and I'll tell you. Answer fast to get more points. Let's see. Which one of the following describes a system of agriculture where a single crop is grown on a large area? Shifting, plantation, horticulture, or intensive? Now, for those of you who have admitted to me openly that you are feeling scared about your pre-boards, those of you who are not telling me also but you are listening to me, let me tell you, pre-boards it's okay. Pre-boards are very scary. You may feel like if you give pre-boards and your marks don't come well, you will be like, ma'am, this goes to show that board exam I will not do well. That is not the case. As a matter of fact, if you make any mistake, and I touch wood not that you do, whatever your marks might be in pre-board, that is like a small, it's like a vision into the future. That imagine if I didn't have my pre-board and I just gave my board exam directly. So that way, pre-boards are actually helping you. So take pre-boards to your stride. Understand where you made those mistakes. Work on those mistakes and then you go ahead, right? So let me tell you to take some time, to take a deep breath and don't take tension. Because even if you know the answer, if you are stressed, if you are worried, if you are anxious, you will not be able to remember things. Which is why tell yourself that you've got this, right? You've got this and you will do it. Positive affirmations will always help you, right? So take your time. Very good, everybody. Very good. Yes, there is some, lag that is there, but it's okay, right? It's okay. I mean, it's fine. So correct answer is, of course, when we talk about large scale, we are talking about commercial farming, which is why in this case it is plantation agriculture. Now moving on to question number 10. Yes, everybody, question number 10 on your screens now. Yes, okay. Which one of the following is Rabi crop? Yes, super easy. Rice, millet, gram, cotton. Which is an example of Rabi crop? No. If you ask my father, he'll only tell you. As a child also, I used to stay up late in the night. But I feel bad that all of you have to stay so late because the class is getting extended. So that's why I'm also trying to wind it up as fast as possible. But I want to make sure that I do a good job in helping you out, right? Very good. Someone said, ma'am, I remembered mnemonics. Guys, Rabi crop, cotton is kharif, rice is kharif, millet is kharif, grams here, P, that is Rabi, right? Your green grams, they are Rabi crop. So correct answer is option C for those of you who got confused or with misclicks, okay? No problem. All right. So let's have a look at the second leaderboard. I can see Namrata is still on top with the highest marks, right? But I can see Muskan, Pooja Shri, Lavisa, Vaishnavi, Fatima, I think it's Fatima or Fati, Shakti, who's the fastest, Anshul, Jeet and Arya. Well done, everyone. Well done. Exactly. So now we will quickly move on to the last few questions. But before I go ahead, here's a reminder for BNSPT, which is BYJU'S National Scholastic and Personality Test, which is happening on these 3 dates. That's from 21st to 5th on all weekends at the nearest BTC center. You will get a detailed personalized academic report and this test is absolutely for free. It is going to be MCQ OMR based paper. It will give you an insight of how your, competitive exams go into. So if you are someone whose pre-boards are over, and you want to just give an exam, it's on math and science, absolutely free, and you stand a chance to win a lot of scholarships from BYJU'S Center, right? So don't forget to register. Link is there in the description below. Now moving on to question number 11. Now rapid fire, fatafat we'll finish, okay? Question number 11, question number 11, everyone, on your screen. Identify the crop with the help of the following information. CBSE sample paper 2022. It is a crop which is used both as food and fodder. It is a kharif crop which requires a temperature between 21 to 27 degrees Celsius, grows well in old alluvial, uses modern inputs, increases productivity. Everyone, you know the answer. I know you know. Very good, everybody. It is maize, right? So this is very important to understand because from all the characteristics that was given to us, the correct answer is maize because it is used both as food and fodder. Moving on to question number 12 on your screen now. Yes, this is an assertion reason. That's why the statements look a little off, but focus on the A and R. Assertion says that Indian farmers should diversify their cropping pattern from cereals to high-value crops. Reason being that this will increase the income and reduce environmental degradation. Yes. What is the answer to this particular question? See, if you don't know anything for assertion reason is the statement. Reason you ask yourself, why, right? If the why is there and the reason answers it, then it is the correct explanation. Else you will know that it is the incorrect. So take the judgment for yourself. Very good, everybody. Very good. We know that as Indian farmers should diversify their cropping patterns from cereals to high-value crops. Reason being that it will actually help in improving and reduce environmental. Which is why in this case, this is the correct answer. Option A. Now moving on to question number 13 on your screens now. Raghavan, because is also good. That is very good. That's a good way. Which one of the following is a basic mineral and the backbone of industrial development? Zinc ore, iron ore, manganese ore, easy peasy. Silver ore. So easy. Which is the basic mineral and backbone? Will this come for JEE? JEE mate is physics, math, chemistry. Very good. The correct answer is iron ore. Now moving on, everyone, question number 14 on your screens now, right? Question number 14, okay? Choose the correct option. This is CBSE 2020, okay? This has come as an MCQ in the 2020 year. You have Chandrapur Thermal Power Plant, Odisha, Mayurbhanj Iron Ore Mines, which is present in Amarkantak, Kalol Oil Fields in Gujarat, Bauxite in Jharkhand. Yes? IB Bacha, I am not able to see your message. It got deleted. This is correct. Everything else is incorrect. No, the correct answer is option C, Kalol Oil Fields in Gujarat. Everything else is the incorrect answer. Now moving on, everybody. See, Jharkhand mainly what do you find? Iron ore that is there, right? Iron ore that is there you normally find in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh area. Yes? Now moving on to question number 15. Last question. You have matched the following. So easy. Ferrous, non-ferrous, non-metallic, energy minerals, other side, potash, uranium, nickel, bauxite. Match the following. Yes! Secret sensation. Everyone, everybody quickly. In the meanwhile, as soon as you answer, don't forget to hit the like button. I think we can touch good 350 likes today. No. See, JEE syllabus is very different. Shiva sir is not here. We have Nikhil sir with us. He may come and say hi towards the end. Because he's also working very hard, right? This is not something that would happen alone. He's been there throughout. So he'll come and say a quick hi to all of you towards the end. The correct answer is option A. See, you had ferrous mineral first. And amongst the four, even if you don't know anything else, only option number A matches it with nickel, which is a metal, right? Remaining everything that is there, if you see, it's all incorrect. Which is why the correct answer is option A. So now with this, we will have the final leaderboard. Yes, final leaderboard, and let's see who has done well in this, right? Who has done well in this particular quiz? Well done, Namrata. Well done. 12,626 points, followed by Muskan, Shakti, I can see Lavisa, Yash, Poojashri, Arya, Raghavan, Pratibha and Nitrix Prashad. Well done, everybody. Well done. And thank you, Tech Gaming, for telling me that you found this class to be productive. Now, everybody, if you found this class to be productive, please do let me know in the comment section below, because you know that this is how our team gets motivated, right? So, Nikhil, can I quickly switch?
Yeah, well.
Yes, very good, everyone. Very good. Okay, I'll switch. All right. So before I go ahead, right? So as Nikhil sir keeps suggesting is, before I go ahead, last thing on 5 strategies to approach geography. So first and foremost, when you are writing your answers, please make sure that all the key words are there and you make sure that you underline them, right? And as you know, try to make mnemonics, right? Try to make mnemonics, try to make, easy connections to recall, okay? Easy connections to recall important chapters. Making tables will be very, very easy for all of you to study. So make sure that you use tables to study. And last but not the least, right? Making flow charts are also helpful. At times, flow charts also help you in understanding and writing the answers. So you can make flow charts. And last but not the least, wherever possible, use diagrams as well, right? So either if you want to show, maybe if you are someone who's capable of feeling like drawing maps, you can use these diagrams as well. But if not, I would suggest that you go ahead and you can make easy representations, diagrammatic representations for your learning, right? Diagrammatic representations for your learning is something you can do. Yes, so these are some simple tips in which you will be able to prepare for geography. And with this, of course, I come to the end of today's class. I don't need to tell you, right? BYJU'S 9 and 10 now, you know, is the place where all these amazing classes happen. You know how dedicated and how, I would say, invested we are into making sure that you do amazing in your board exam. So if you want to show us your love, want to show the team your love after the live gets over, let me know in the comment section below how much you enjoyed today's class. And of course, everybody, you know we've got you covered. And I know that you will do really well in your exams. Just believe in yourself, work hard, stay sincere. And before we go ahead, can we have Nikhil sir? Come, it's okay. Come. Yes, Nikhil sir is coming. You can all say hi to Nikhil sir. So he's been with us throughout from 6:30 to now 11 o'clock. Sir is running away. But everybody, show us your love as well. Tell Nikhil sir, thank you so much, right? Okay, see, he's gone back already. But you know, that's him. And of course, everyone, see you all soon. Till then, take care, lots of love, and bye-bye.